Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something a little bit different, something a little bit special here. Welcome back to the Team Liquid Map Contest number 22 finalist stream. I'm of course just VIP with you and joined by these amazing map makers, maps themselves, and of course by the people in the chat as well. Welcome one and all. To something that has been a long time coming here. We've been for the past week, if not more than that, trying to schedule a finalist stream. We have not been able to, but finally we can. What was holding us back? Well, we were waiting for the judge sheets, for the judge feedback forms and scorings to be released to the public. We were waiting for that to occur. Did occur yesterday. Of course, we were busy covering Tunic Cup and casting, of course, so we weren't able to quite cover it then, but now we're here today to bring you our coverage of the TLMC Top 16. Now, if you were here and if you've been following our journey, I was one of the judges for the TLMC. I was one of the judges last season and this season as well, and we did actually have a pretty thorough judging stream this season. You can see the VODs over on YouTube. We went through all the maps, those hours upon hours. And most likely next time, if we are able to take part again, we'll be most likely splitting it up from 2 streams to 4 streams, just because we got pretty intense towards the end. I should say we got pretty fatigued towards the end, just because there were so many maps to go through. And yeah, definitely we do want to spread it out a little bit more. It's just we were strapped for time, of course. We were strapped for time. Wasn't a lot of time to go through all the maps. We had like 10 days, 9 days. I think we had like 9 days to judge all the maps. So it was intense, back. It was intense. But regardless, here we go. We are back with our top 16. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Team Liquid page, which did announce the top 16 maps. The way that it worked, of course, was that we had 5 judges, and we went through all the maps. We gave them all scorings, of course, and from our feedback and from our scorings, that is how the top 16 were decided. And then from there, the top 16 are opened up to public voting. Now, public voting is still not open, bear that in mind. So now is a good time to get into the analysis and get into all these maps now before you can vote, so you can come in maybe a little bit more informed, bearing in mind that public voting opens up, I believe, today or tomorrow. They were waiting for the TLMC Wardy tournament to conclude, which did end last night. So Wardy's tournament did end, so public voting should be open soon, TM. And then you yourself can vote on which maps you do wish to see in the upcoming map pool. Oh boy, here we go. Now, first things first, as we are going to be jumping into our 16 maps, one after the other, first things first, let's talk about the judging process itself, because I was a little bit surprised when we came into it this season. So for some context here, last season was my first time judging. It was my first time, and and the way that it works here is that you kind of rate a map between 1 and 5. You know, between one being the lowest, 5 being the highest. You rate it between 1 and 5. And last season, I was, very honest. I was maybe a little bit strict at times, but I don't think I gave out a single 5. The reasoning for this is because the criteria for a 5 out of 5 map was like perfect. You wouldn't make any changes, and I don't think there was a map quite like that. I think for every single map, there was at least some feedback to provide and something to adjust or something to consider. Like I didn't necessarily consider or think that there was anything of that nature. And when the public judge scores came out, we found out that all the other judges were a lot more free with their 5s. Like they were throwing down 5s all over the place. I was like, oh, so because of that, I feel like we had a little bit less impact in the previous TLMC map contest. We did of course rate poorer maps, like 1s and 2s, like maps that we felt like were not quite eligible or not quite suitable for the map pool. That is true, and in that sense we did kind of impact it. But when it came to maps that we enjoyed, we definitely could have had a stronger stance. So coming into this TLMC, I did want to readjust and reapproach and kind of and give 5s to at least like the top maps in certain categories. I think I settled on maybe like 2 5s per category. So like for rush maps, dynamic maps, macro maps, standard maps. I believe that is what I kind of settled on. And fun fact, so now we can switch our scenes over. And you can see here the spreadsheet with all the judge sheets. This time, this time I was the clown. Here I am, I'm judged E. You can see here we have our column. So the way this works here, over towards the left, we have our mean of all the scores put together here. You can see the variance as well between judges, and this is the #1 map of the TLMC was Wavebreaker. Hopefully you can see it, hopefully the text isn't too small, but we have Wavebreaker here as #1, into Verdant Temple, Lumen, Sanctuary, etc, into the top 16. You can see all the maps are rated here, and you can see the maps that were lowly scored. But so this season I decided to, okay, you know what, if we're handing out 5s a little bit more freely, I'm gonna do so as well. I think I gave out like 6 5s, so yeah, 6 5s in total, and this time my fellow judges were a lot more conservative. They were a lot more like Judge A, I think he only had 1 5. Yeah, Judge A only had 1 5. Judge B, I mean, Judge B had like almost everything as 4s, like, which is kind of crazy. It's like 4.6, 4.4, like there's just Judge B was very Jesus. Yeah, gave out a lot of 4s and barely didn't give out any 1s, 2s, or 3s. Interesting. So Judge B was a little more generous, but without giving a strong 5. Judge C had 1 5 as well. So this season our judges were a lot more conservative, which I think is a good thing. But like now I'm the odd one out. Like So coming into next season, we're gonna reel it back again. It would be nice if there was like some communication between judges, but obviously we are anonymous to each other, you know, for good reason. We don't want to influence each other or anything like that. But last season I was very critical of the other judges and how they critiqued and how they gave scores out. So then I decided to adjust myself to them, and then maybe they adjust themselves to me. So no, we're all clowns, bad people. We're all clowns. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So yeah. So if we do have another season, then I'm gonna reel it back, and we'll find some nice middle ground when it comes to like how we want to judge and how we want to rate things, and how willing we are to give out 5s or not. So I think if I recall correctly, again, I gave out 6 5s, 2 per each category. I think next season, if I do judge again, I'll probably give out like 1 5 per category, and then judge the others a little bit more freely. Hi. There we go. There's even a 3.75. Yeah. I know that like you can give out like half scores and stuff. Like this is to me this is silly. Like what's the difference between the 4.4 and a 4.2 and a 4.6? Like what? what is this? What is this? Son. Yeah, I know that it's possible to give out like half scores or give out decimal pointed scores. I didn't do any of that. I'm good. You just judge however you like. Well, if you recall, Cyberjohn, if I did do that, then I mean, if you recall, that was the issue with the first season, was that because I didn't give out a single 5, like I had less impact when it came to maps being scored highly and better maps being placed, being pushed forward. So obviously I would push back against that. When it comes to Cyberjohn speaking, just because I mean that would mean that I would have less sway or less of an impact. So I mean we saw that last season, right? Because I didn't give out a single 5. So we just gotta lock in when it comes to an agreement as to how we are judging things. To be fair, look how close it is. Yeah. That's very true. There are some very close scores there. Very close. There we go. Here we go. Meanwhile, let's get into it. So first things first, we do have Wavebreaker. Wavebreaker is going to be our first map to jump into. Wavebreaker was the #1 place map out of all of us. Did receive a couple of 5s, a couple of 4s, 3.75. We'll get into the feedback of each of these maps soon. When it comes to Wavebreaker, this was a map that I actually had a really hard time settling on. In the end, I gave it a 5. In the end, I rated it highly. I mean, everyone did. But it's a very, very unique map. We have speed zones in the center. We have a very open natural. We have a direct rush distance by ground. We have some unique terrain here on the left hand side as well, as you can see here. Like it's a very unorthodox map, and I was like on the fence about like, is this something that I want to see, or is this too far? like there was a very fine line between like a 5 and like a 3, you know? Like there was a very fine line between like, is this too much of what's going on in the map itself? In the end, I did settle on, you know what, I would rather have a little bit more diversity. I'd rather have a little bit more variance when it comes to the map pool itself. Of course, one of the big things to consider is just how difficult it can be to construct a map pool. And that's maybe one of my other big criticisms about how the current map pool is constructed. It's purely off of voting, when I don't think that is the best way of doing it necessarily. I do think that some curation would be better. What I mean by that specifically is that I feel personally, I mean, you know, everyone has their own opinion when it comes to how to construct a map pool, but personally I feel like it would be a good balance to have like a couple of macro maps, a couple of rush maps, a couple of dynamic maps, to have the map pool constructed, you know, with a little bit of everything, to have that kind of variety in a map pool. As it currently stands, it's purely by voting, so technically, and we have seen this before, we could see everyone just vote for pure macro maps, for example, and then bam, you get nothing but a macro map pool, because that's what people voted for, because the voting isn't like split up by categories. Personally, I think that would be a little bit better just when it comes to constructing a map pool. I do think there is like there's definitely like do I want to say an art form, or there's definitely a good or bad way to construct a map pool. Right now it's purely by voting, and it has led to certain metas, is what I will say. And I guess we can speak a little bit about that next time. I'm planning to have a retrospective stream, which would be fun. We do plan on having a retrospective stream maybe in a couple of weeks' time, going over the previous scores, the previous feedbacks of TLMC 21 and the current map pool, and how our predictions fell, and where things kind of the direction that where things went when it comes to the meta, and where we are, and what was good, what was bad, and of course the ugly as well. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Think of voting like 3 maps, then building the rest of the pool around that is a good approach, IMO. They changed it this time, I think. Only 1 map from the public vote goes to the ladder, IRC. Oh, I haven't seen. I mean, I'm not privy to the information as to how they're changing it. But if they are changing it instead of like a full like voting kind of thing, I would think that's a good thing. But we'll see. I guess we'll see. But I haven't seen how they've changed the construction of the map pool. If so, I do look forward to that. But yeah, so we had a very interesting map here when it comes to Wavebreaker. Again, a lot of unique features. We can actually jump into the map itself here. Okay, here we go. So when it comes to a little bit of greater detail, we have a main base, a bit of a larger main, but remember the main base is behind the natural expansion, so the main base is very secure against any kind of blink heavy aggression, or any kind of aggression in general for the most part. When it comes to pushing in towards the main, drop play of course is more accessible. When it comes to the natural itself, it is very open, a very open natural base, very wide entrance here that can be widened even further by knocking down these rocks. Like we've seen on other maps, we do have this elevated position in between the bases, which can be taken advantage of. If an army can take over this high ground, then they can just wedge themselves in between your bases and just snowball into a win. This can be a very difficult position to break. What I will say is that a way to counteract that, we do have multiple ramps coming up in towards the high ground, so there may be multiple ways to try to engage an army. But when it comes to some of the tunic ups, like we've been casting a lot on this map. When it comes to tunic ups, when it comes to our tournaments, we have seen all-ins break through and push in and take advantage of this position. We have found that positional play is very important on this map, and it makes sense just because you do spread yourself thin as you expand. Right, your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases, you do spread yourself thin. Last night we casted Beyond versus Nightmare in the mid to late game on this very map, where Nightmare did have a hard time rotating and keeping up with the movement of Beyond, which of course is exemplified by the speed zones as well, which do help with army rotations. So movement, positional play is going to be that much more important. Likewise, we do have some choke points to take advantage of, some points of elevation as well. Again, this is like just a lot of unique quirks to the map, and it's an interesting one to say the least. It's very unusual, very unorthodox. I feel like it does break the mold in a lot of different ways when it comes to like how to construct a map, which is why I had a really hard time like figuring out if I wanted to rate this highly or not. Like, was this too much? Was it not too much? I mean, that's what ideally what this tournament phase allows us to see, is seeing more games on these maps and kind of observing how the meta shapes and how the players approach this. Right now, I will say when it comes to the TLMC 22 tournaments that we've been featuring and casting, we've been seeing a lot of aggression, which is normal. It's normal to see a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. The less familiar players are with a map, the more willing they are to just commit into aggression, to avoid any kind of mid to late game, and to avoid certain features of the map. So it's hard because like this period of time we're meant to be observing, but there's only so much we can really glean from games that we're actually experiencing right now. But yeah, definitely a very interesting map. And I'm curious to hear what others did say on this map as well. Very curious. Okay. I believe this was a dynamic map. No. Is it macro? It was macro. Okay. Wavebreaker. Bam. Okay. So again, for those who are curious, I'm Judge E. For the most part, all the other judges are left anonymous, of course, unless they do decide to reveal themselves. What did we say specifically on this map first? You can see me on the right-hand side. The use of rocks, ramps, and pathways is very unique. This map can potentially lead to some exciting mid-game army movements and skirmishes. True. Hey, we foretold, baby. When it comes to this line here that we did speak on, we have seen this come into play when it comes to games played already on Wavebreaker, which is good. My biggest concern is how open and accessible natural expansion is. True. And natural expansion and its elevated position is. Yes. My concern is that because of how tempting that area in between the natural third and fourth base are, it can lead to many more shorter games than longer ones. That aggression is going to be favored here, which isn't a bad thing. But what's important when it comes to constructing a map pool is, you know, you do want a nice balance of maps that favor aggression and maps that don't. I think it's important to point this out just to whoever does, if there is any kind of curation, to make it clear that this is kind of where this map would kind of lead down. I know that this map is under the macro category, but there are some aggressive tendencies here that may be brought into consideration when it comes to how to judge this map and where exactly to place it amongst, you know, the other maps and the likelihood of us getting like longer macro games. Let's come into Judge D. What do we say? Many cool things going on here with pathing, expansions, and unique terrain features. Concerned about the natural rocks, constricted corners, and wacky high ground blocked by rocks as well. I mean, it looks like we share some concern about the natural. Again, that's like probably my biggest concern about the map is just how accessible the natural base is. But again, we'll see what some of the other judges had to say as well. So we just have one line. We have Judge C. Just a cool map with interesting layout. Okay. Thank you for that one. Let's go. Valuable feedback. Group E, sadly oversized for today's meta. This was a weird comment to make, by the way. This is, wait, hold on. Yeah, this was Judge B. Sadly oversized for today's meta. I remember this comment stood out to me. I was like skimming through some of these comments earlier. I'm curious what this means here. So today's meta, and we'll get into it more for our next kind of retrospective stream. I would say that right now today's meta favors aggression. Right now it is rarer to see mid to late game in today's meta, which I would say is a negative thing. So I would want to see larger maps. I would say that's a positive thing right now to try to incentivize mid to late game play. So this comment was kind of weird. I mean, they still rated it very highly, but yeah, it was, I feel like, a kind of a weird comment to make. When it comes to the current map pool and how things are currently evolving in the meta, I would also say, and again, we'll get into it a little bit more next time, but I would also say that that's also because of the map pool as well. Like, the map pool does, like, right now, the current map pool does favor aggression. I feel like we went too far from one side to the other side, especially with maps like Tourmaline, with maps like the Old Republic, with some unforeseen, at least from my side, things about White Rabbit as well, where aggression is more favored, and we do often see shorter games, and I would say it's maybe a little bit too much in the current meta, unfortunately. Anyway, heading on over. I think it might be good to move the conjoined rocks to the entrance of the natural instead. Okay. Do we have any other comments here? No. So I'm curious what they're referring to. This was Judge A. So they're referring to moving these rocks here to, I guess, covering this area. That's an interesting kind of critique. I say interesting because remember, what was our biggest criticism at least, Judge E, for this map was how accessible the natural was. And it looks like they've kind of looked into that as well. And their suggestion is if these rocks here are moved here, then that would be another way to kind of deter all-ins and deter aggression, specifically pushing in towards this area. Would that be too much? That would be the next question that I would have. So it looks like for the most part, when it comes to critiques on this map, like we've all kind of like looked in on the natural and the accessibility of the natural. The suggestion of moving these rocks over to this area here is an interesting one. I think it comes down to rush distance. It comes down to once again, it comes down to like how favored aggression is on this map. This is where, like, to be fair, I didn't get to watch the Wardy tournament. So if you're out there, if you happen to watch the Wardy tournament yourselves, I would be curious to know what happened in the games played on this map and how aggressive players were, right? How aggressive they were, and whether it was an issue or not. Because that would, in my mind, that would inform whether or not a suggestion like that would be warranted, right? Like, is it warranted to maneuver some of these rocks to make the natural base a little bit more secure? I would say that the only need for that would be if like aggression is too good. If not, then it's fine where it is. I think that's the thing, is that when it comes to our feedback, they're off of like predictions as to how games will unfold, but that's the purpose of the current era, or the current couple of weeks of StarCraft, with Pegasus Cup, with Tuna Cups, and with the Wardy tournaments, and with Monday Night Weeklies. Like right now, there's like 4 different tournament series that are featuring these maps, and this is where it's important to like collect that data and to see what's going on, and to use that to like be a little bit better informed as to the maps themselves. Hold on. So just catching up with the chat. I couldn't tell what they meant by that, like where to put them. It'd make the rush distance longer and the natural army path would split really hard. Yeah, sorry, I think the purpose would be to make the rush distance longer. It'd also ignore the speed zones. True. I have the iteration of this published, by the way. I'll try feedback on it. Oh. Sure. All good. I mean, I think that any feedback at this stage of TLMC, I feel like feedback would be better informed by games played. As I mentioned, like unfortunately I didn't get to watch the Wardy tournaments. I would imagine games were played on Wavebreaker in the Wardy tournaments. But like I feel like that's maybe a little bit more important when it comes to trying to decide, like, again, like what is an issue and what isn't an issue, sort of thing. But sure, you can send it over. As you mentioned, I feel like this area is maybe the area that we're most concerned by, but like whether or not our concerns are validated, that is going to be determined by the games played, right? There's only so much that we can like assume and we can predict. I watched all the games. Oh, there you go. Esther Avex. I'm assuming you watched Beyond vs. Nightmare last. Beyond vs. Nightmare last night on Wavebreaker was a lot of fun. I mean, I say a lot of fun. Like, it's difficult because Beyond took a lead early on. He took a lead early on, so he did have that edge over Nightmare throughout the mid to late game. But he did make use of like the maneuverability of the map itself, which that aspect of the game I did appreciate. What do you want? Yeah. Oh, good. It's all good. It's hard to keep up, but as a reminder, we've been hosting these maps. Pegasus Cups have been hosting these maps, and the Monday Night Weeklies have also been hosting these maps as well. So bearing in mind, there's like 3 other tournaments that have been featuring the TLMC maps. So there's definitely like a lot more data out there than just the Wardy tournament. But for sure. I think those tournaments also, because I think Wardy forces certain maps to be played. I think those other tournaments also kind of show the veto process as well. I think an example of that is Voidstorm. Voidstorm was never played last night. Like we had a pretty long tournament. Like we had a lot of signings. We had like 30. We had a round of 32 for the Tuna Cup last night, and not a single time was Voidstorm played. Feels Voidstorm, man, which makes sense. Like Voidstorm is one of the more extreme maps, but players, they did not touch it. Fun fact: Defender's Lab was quite popular. Defender's Lab and Sanctuary. Sanctuary was also quite popular as well. I'll say Defender's Lab and Sanctuary. They were the two. I mean, it makes sense, right? They're two of the more, like, quote-unquote standard maps. Like, they're less quirky and less weird than some of these other ones. But we saw Defender's Lab and Sanctuary the most. Yeah, we saw a bit of Wavebreaker. Saw a bit of it. Okay. Alright. Shout out to Avex in the chat. Avex, he's the creator of this map. True. Oh my god. He's the creator of this map, and oh my god. Okay, interesting. This is not the approach that I was assuming here. My assumption would be that you'd be cutting off this area completely. This is an interesting middle ground for sure. Interesting middle ground approach, just because it doesn't fully wall this area off, but what it does do is it does create some choke points here basically you have a bit of a terrain advantage as the defender, where you have created choke points for the army to push through, which can be abused, or you can take advantage of that as a defending player with the greater concave. With the greater concave, the greater engage. But yeah, that's I like where your mind is at. I like it's yeah, like as I mentioned, in my mind, when they say, oh, we want to move it over, I thought that they wanted to like fully wall this area off. I don't think anyone was thinking this, but this is a unique approach, and this is a unique solution here, which is yeah, it's very unique, but it does provide a solution, which is have some defensive like terrain advantage for the defending player. Okay. Interesting. I thought it was a more interesting solution. It is. Like, this is like, my brain is a little bit more like standard oriented, but like this is thinking outside the box. I like this. I like where your head's at, Avex. It's good. Like, this is the mind that made this map. It's it's a much more creative approach. Yeah. It's the Avex. Was that the only change made? Oh. No. Did you move all the rocks? Over here as well. Oh, you moved all of them. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Okay. This actually changes quite a bit when it comes to run-bys and counterattacks. And rotations in general. I mean, I feel like you have more incentive to knock them down, obviously, but in the mid game, I feel like this does change army pathing quite a bit in the mid game, because in the mid game you're not going to be spending as much time knocking these down because there's a little bit more urgency to be active and to maneuver and to rotate. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not opposed to this. I'm not opposed to this. Like, especially this one. Like, this is the biggest one, of course. It's a unique approach. It's a nice middle ground as well. I do like this as a change for sure. I do like this. I think this kind of like, this might even answer all of our critiques. It might. Like, obviously testing required, games required, but yeah, it's nice because it still opens the area up as well, everything up once the rocks get knocked down, coming into a longer game. So split the ramp in half. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, because the ramp is split in half, like this affects run-bys, counterattacks, rotations that much more as well. The pathing. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. I like it. Do you have an idea? Do you have an idea as to how long the voting phase is? Is like 2 weeks? That's the other thing as well. Is that obviously we don't really have a lot of time to get games played on this map. We got 2 weeks. Voting next week. Okay. I wish there was another tournament for all the iteration versions. I mean, we have. I mean, that's what Tuna Cup's for, right? That's what Tuna Cup's for. That's what the other tournaments are for. I think the one downside, because obviously, what I should emphasize as well, like our Tuna Cup does attract like the best Koreans, like Classic, you know, Beyond, Shin, Solar. The other tournaments like Monday Night Weeklies, they attract the best Europeans. The one downside, so the I would say the best thing about Wardy's event is it's an invitational, so he can like artificially insert more Zerg players for more Zerg matchups. I think that's I would say that's probably the best thing about it, is that he can send out invites to like Lambo or Rainer or a Laser or Serral. Whether they accept it or not is up to them, but like that's probably the best thing when it comes to certain matchups. I think we spoke about this last time, right? Where when it comes to the open cups, like, yo, you're gonna get as much TVP games as you can get. Like you're gonna get all the TVPs and the PVPs and the TVTs as well, to kind of like to get a better idea as to how these maps turn out. When it comes to Zerg matchups, less so, of course, which is a bit of a shame. That's the biggest downside of the open cup, the open cups as being kind of like that playground or that testing ground, is you're restricted to the players that actually sign up for them. But okay, cool. All right, well, anyway, that was Wavebreaker. Again, so it looks like, so what I was most curious by was what the other judges, what their feedback was, and it looks like for the most part, if there was any feedback provided, it was quite similar in that respect in regards to the accessibility of that natural. That's the feeling that I got, at least. Okay, cool. Up next, we do have, let's have a look here. Up next is Verdant Temple. Okay. Here we go. Un momento. Hold on, this is where I have to adjust the tournament name. Tournament name? Bam. Okay, Verdant Temple. So this was, I believe, a patches map. If I recall correctly, there were some insinuations or some references to an older map, to King's Age on Station. That's it, to King's Age on Station. It's an interesting design here. One of the biggest things to take away from this is, bam, as you can see down here, we do have a double layered wall coming into the natural. Similar to Wavebreaker, actually, the main base is very safe. The main base is, bam, the main base here is behind the natural. So once again, is very, very safe against like Blink Stalker aggression, and even drop players will have to go through a base to actually get to the expansion. There is some area here, some dead space to the north and to the south side, thankfully, but again, for the most part, this is a bit of a safer main. Also bearing in mind, just like Wavebreaker, because there's no Reaper cliff from the third location, it does mean that Reaper scouting is going to be more difficult on these maps. That is something to bear in mind. So Reaper scouting on both Wavebreaker and on Verdant Temple is going to be more difficult. I think even for the most part here as well, because there's only one ramp coming into the natural. So that's definitely something to bear in mind and something to consider when it comes to scouting for Terran players, when it comes to hiding tech and hiding some shenanigans here. Referring to like in TVP, like Stargate openers, Robo openers, Twilight Councils, how many gateways you throw down, like it'll be easier to hide that tech from the Terran opponents. that is something to consider. Meanwhile, we have our open third location towards the top side. We have the forward third base here in the center of the map. This is what's like reminiscent of King Sejong Station, having this forward base on the high ground. Nostalgia is real looking at this location here, and the rush distance by ground isn't too long either. I want to say this is one of the more medium-sized maps in the map pool. Bam. Let us jump in. Let us jump in. So again, winding it back here, we do have the double layered wall, as we mentioned, for the second entrance into the natural. When it comes to the Reaper Cliffs, there is a Reaper Cliff here in the natural base, in the main base, and of course down here as well. But you have to go through the natural to get into the main, as opposed to other maps that do have the Reaper Cliffs coming into the main base from the third location instead. So again, that's something to bear in mind. Again, that isn't necessarily like a bad thing. It's just something that has to be considered when it comes to certain matchups. When it comes to certain matchups over others. When it comes to the terrain itself, as you can see here, we do have our elevated position here on the center of the map. We have our high ground main base. Again, I'm excited to see how this does come into play. I haven't seen too many games played on Verdant Temple, to be honest, at least when it comes to the open tournaments. But it looks like we're hearing that we have heard a bit of this when it comes to the Wardy tournaments itself. Comes to the Wardy event. But let's see what our judges had to say. This is Verdant Temple. Okay, rush map. Oh, I hope you're ready. Alright, what do we have to say? Let's go. So again, we're Judge E. So it's an intriguing idea to have a second entrance into the natural, allowing for more aggressive options in a longer game. Likewise, the use of high ground positions combined with open terrain can lead to some interesting army movements and engagements. Looking forward to seeing more of this. Again, I didn't really have too much critique for the map. I did mention like certain interesting things. Maybe I should have added here about Reaper scouting. But once again, like I don't think even though that's something to bear in mind, I don't think that is necessary on every map, right? I don't think you need to have that necessarily in every single map to make it quote unquote balanced. I think some variation is welcome, of course. But for the most part, I didn't really have necessarily. I mean, there's a reason why we rated it so highly. There wasn't really too much, at least from me, any critique, which is why I'm curious to see what the others did kind of say. Set up map with great spacing of expansions. This is Judge D. Set out map with great spacing of expansions, clear and meaningful path choices, not excessively linear, and good proportions. Fairly open overall, but seems appropriate. Slight concern about short rush distances, but I'm hopeful it works with the quarter pipe center and double-sided natural base. Okay. I mean, when it comes to short rush distances, I mean, again, this is supposed to be like a rush map, so that isn't too concerning to me, especially considering we have a high ground natural as well. So especially early on, I feel like the two base setup should be quite secure thanks to the high ground. At least that's my perspective. Coming into Judge C, there are some problems in the main/natural area. You can fully block the bottom of the ramp with 3 pylons. I think it's regarding to the ramp coming into the main base. 2 pylon cannon spot right next to the gas at the natural. Okay. Interesting. Position of the natural and the size of the natural is very big, hard to cover all the space, easy to drop and harass from too many angles. Size of the main could also be smaller, but no big deal here. Good layout otherwise. Okay, so Judge C was more concerned about cannon rushes, specifically, and also concerned about the size of the main of the natural. The main of the natural are large. Hold on, let's have a look here. They are, like, intentionally so, of course. We do have a very, very wide, large entrance and main base. I wouldn't say that's a negative thing for what the map is trying to achieve. Like, yes, the natural is large, and because of the second entrance, like, the natural in a longer game is going to be more exposed, but that's the point, right? Like, that's, at least in my mind, like, that's the point. So that's what the purpose of this kind of layout is, to make this more accessible and more open, and to incentivize aggression. This is why, at least for me, I always try to contextualize the map's goal. So I do rate certain things differently depending on whether I believe that a map is supposed to be aggressive or supposed to be more defensive and supposed to be more macro oriented. That's where we typically do, like, we're either at times more critical about a more defensive third or more open third base, for example. Like on smaller maps, like you could argue that more open third and fourth bases are more of an issue, because then, I mean, you'll never get a mid to late game. I would say this high ground expansion here does have certain advantages of that, despite this area being a little bit more open. But when it comes to some of these larger maps with a longer rush distance, then an open third base is less egregious, because it's like, I mean, the rush distance by ground, like some of the terrain, like it's a little bit more acceptable in certain aspects. So but this is I mean, what he said is not wrong, right? As in the sense that like it's like a really open and accessible main and natural. This is true, and this is where it's on the map maker to judge themselves and to internalize themselves, like whether this is whether something like this is even on purpose, right? Like whether this is even, what's the word I'm looking for, whether this was even by design, right? So this is where you can like kind of take it in and be like, oh, okay, you know, maybe this is too open, maybe it's on me to like make this a little bit smaller, make it a little bit more condensed, and not have as open or as accessible as it otherwise once was. Or like you can take that in and be like, no, yeah, like I want this to be aggressive, like I want this to be a little bit more open and more susceptible to drop play in a longer mid game. Like that's up to like the map maker to then kind of like take that in and kind of do with that what they will when it comes to feedback, of course. Intentionality, that's it. Like at sometimes, like maybe something wasn't quite intentional, maybe it wasn't quite as obvious. All right, what did Judge B have to say? Nothing. Okay. Gave it a 4.6 though. He liked it. Judge A, 3.5, nothing. Let's go. This is, I mean, shout out to the judges on Wavebreaker. I think everyone had something to say, at least on that. I find it interesting that Verdant Temple was the second most voted map, and we don't really have as many strong things to say. I'm curious, for example, here 3.5, why we got a lower score here, at least like a glimpse of it. Like for example, like my comment didn't really have too much critique. I think I kind of more explained, I mean, I like to believe I explained a little bit more as to what I enjoyed about the map and things that were interesting to me, and where at least my headspace was at. I would hope to see a little bit more of that from our other judges as well. Like for example, this 3 that Judge C gave, I feel like is explained by his rationale and where and what he values in a map like this is explained. Judge B and A in a proud statement said ... Well, what's crazy is that they both said the same thing, but they both had very different conclusions. Like that's you know, it would be nice to know kind of like, you know, what they thought a little bit. Even if there was no like real thing that they would change about the map, it'd be nice to hear what they had to say. I was thinking about maybe 2x6 rocks or something. 2 of them to block it, where killing 1 opens up the small ramp into the main. Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I'm just catching it. Other things I'm thinking about are making the pod base more defendable, maybe removing the Zergrock and also making the linear third base more defendable instead. I mean, the linear third base is a little bit more open, that is true. Quite surprised Verdant Temple was my highest rated map amongst the judges. It'd be nice to know what the others said, but yeah. Did well. I mean, it isn't too crazy. I think I agree with Avex that I like the Zergrocks. I like that the Zergrocks are there, adding an extra layer of defense, but also opening things up in a longer game. I think that's one of the more interesting aspects about the map, and about that area specifically. Personally, at least, I do like the Zergrocks. I think I can understand the rationale of making the linear third base more defendable if you're a little bit concerned that aggression is too favored. This is where I mentioned this with Avex's Wavebreaker. If a bunch of games were played on Verdant Temple in the Woody tournament, this is where it would be good to kind of like use those games to judge whether or not you believe the third base is too open, especially because I would imagine if we did see some games on Verdant Temple, I would imagine there were a lot of aggressive builds and a lot of all-ins, like in my mind, especially with the current meta. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of aggression, and if that's the case, like, then you can judge yourself whether the third base is too open or not, right? Like, I didn't get to see those games, so I didn't get to see them, but I think that would be a better way to kind of like inform like whether or not the third base needs to be changed, or if you believe it needs to be changed. I stand by that map score below 3 should have some sort of comment. Yeah, for sure. I'll be helping to admin the next TLMC, so I'll help Canto out. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Esther Avex. But yeah, interesting. Interesting that that Verdant Temple got second, even though we actually had like a decent amount of variance here. We had 3 judges that rated it highly, and then Judge C and Judge A gave it like a more like middling score, which is interesting. There we go. Let us get into our next map. Up next, we do have a Lumen. Okay. Un momento. I think for the most part, by the way, I think all of my top picks made it through, which is crazy. I think there was like 1 or 2 maps that I rated highly that didn't, which were more controversial, which I fully accept. Like, like I fully take that. Which is which we'll get into a little bit later, I suppose. There was I think there was one map where everyone else had like 1s and 2s and I gave it like a 5. I think it was remember it was the first dynamic map. It was, hold on. It was, oh my god. Was it Blackshift? It was Blackshift. Like we did disagree on Blackshift, but like I wanted it so bad. I'm so, like, Blackshift is a bit of a meme map. True. You can see it here. You see here we have a 2, a 2.5, 1.5, 2.25, and a 5 at the end. Blackshift, I think that was like our biggest, like one of our biggest differences. But I fully understand that. Like, Blackshift is like is crazy as a map, but I wanted to see some crazy. It was, I think, if you remember, Blackshift left the biggest impression from the dynamic maps, for sure. It left the biggest impression, and I'm a little bit sad that the other judges weren't too keen on it, unfortunately. But F's in the chat for Blackshift. F's in the chat. All right, up next to Lumen. Un momento. Okay. So up next we do have a Lumen. Lumen here. Oh, this is the Talisman 2.0. Lumen got top 3. That's crazy. Okay. So Lumen is an aggressive map. It's a rush map. The biggest, I mean, without even looking at the judge notes, biggest features, of course, is we do have the hybrid expansion. We have the hybrid base here, right next to the main base, of course, leading into a hybrid base to have a boosted economy, leading into another hybrid expansion as well, expanding towards your opponent to favor aggression even further. So again, there's a lot of aggressive options here. Likewise, your natural base is very secure and very defendable, at least until the Zerg towers are eventually destroyed. And then there are ways to harass them, which we have seen quite a bit of, like harassments, like aggression to kind of like slow down pushes or slow down all-ins. But for the most part, aggression is heavily favored here. I do really like, and I think I left this in my judge notes, I do like that there are different ways to like expand and different ways to approach this, and attempted more defensive ways to approach this map if you did go for the standard natural location instead. So I appreciate there are different options with how to expand and how to approach this. But for the most part, aggression is going to be heavily favored here for sure, which is the point of the map itself. Let's jump into the map. Bam. You can see it here. Again, you can see the hybrid expansion. You can see the Zerg debris here pushing forward in towards the center of the map. Again, we have our natural, which we have seen taken from time to time. This is one of those maps that does have a little bit more experience on it, just because it did have a longer time in the Pegastar Cups, in the Pegastar Cup map pool. So we got to see extra or more games on this map than some of the others, of course. Once again, we have a very direct path across the map. From hybrid third base to hybrid third base, it's just a direct line. It's just it's just a direct line from base to base, if we both expand in that kind of direction. But I'm curious to see what the judges had to say about Lumen. Jesus, okay, we all, I think all right, let's go. Bam. Judgy, so what do we say? I appreciate how different the map can play out depending on how each player expands, greatly changing the mid-game. This is a nice step up from what a talisman originally brought forth. So I spoke about it earlier, just the expansion patterns, how you can vary. I gave this a 4. I thought it was like a solid map. I didn't think it was, I didn't push it further even forward than that, but yeah, that was solid. Good, Pappy, good. Group D, interesting and meaningful pathing, great proportions. I'm curious to see if this verbiage continues. This is not the first time we've heard the proportions brought into play when it comes to Judge D. Interesting. Great proportions and chokes versus open areas, and interesting features that feel impactful but not game breaking. Not exactly sure what the outcome of the mixed. Wait, what? God. There we go. The mixed resource base will be high yield geyser base is a little crammed in and winner's basey, but it's a low ground, so maybe it would just be a fun end game 7th and 6th base to fight over. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario is players try to all in from it frequently, referring to the high yield gas geyser base. What? High yield geyser base is a little crammed in and winner's basey, but it's slow ground, so maybe it would just be a fun end game fight over. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario is players try to all in from it frequently. I don't think that I don't think I agree with that concern. So, coming into it, so the judge is referring to this this expansion here. So there's a high yield expansion here on the low ground and here on the low ground as well. Just checking to make sure that I'm not missing it and that there's no other base. Yeah, those are the only high yield expansions. And they were saying that like there's potential to all in from this. No shot. Like I mean, I don't see a world where this is taken as a third or even a natural. It's just so exposed. It's so exposed and so easy to scout as well, because it's in like it's directly outside of the hybrid expansions here. So I don't think there's a concern when it comes to it being hyper aggressive. I think I understand the setting. No, yeah, like in general, I'll be honest, I don't see this base ever being taken. Just because I feel like games are going to be ending too quickly. Like, I mean, I would imagine that Patches has a little bit more data on this when it comes to the length of games on this map, on Lumen. Maybe there have been some late games played on this map. I'd be surprised if there was, especially at like the highest level of play. But yeah, I don't think this is I think it's exposed enough as well. Yeah, it's very exposed, very open. Like I don't think there are any concerns regarding the high yield gas base. Interesting that it was brought up, but yeah, it's no shot. When it comes to being taken, or even if it were to be taken as well, like just because it's on the low ground, there's high ground right next to it, and it's on the main attack path as well. If it was off to the side and off like tucked away, different story. But based on its current location, like yeah, like no shot. There's a lot of counterplay available, I should say. A lot of counterplay. TVT had some fun games in Big Store. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's some TVT. Even, for example, TVT here, like, I don't really see this space being taken just because of the siege points on the high ground as well, right? Like, I think that the terrain does allow for this space to be punished quite heavily. Personally. What were the other comments? Not sure what the outcome of the mixed resources bases will be. I would say the outcome is that they're going to be prioritized more often than not, and they're going to favor aggressive play, which I would imagine is the point of them, of course, as well. All right. What did we hear from Judge? C. Triangular bases don't look comfortable. Opening the minerals makes the main base too vulnerable. Blink feels strong on this map. Otherwise, pretty good layout. Triangular bases don't look comfortable. Opening the minerals makes the main base too vulnerable. If you remember, was Judge C the same judge that spoke about the cannon rushes? Yeah. Interesting. Let's have a look here. Triangular throw doesn't look comfortable. Is he what base is he referring to? I guess he's referring to this being taken as a third. So we take this as a natural and then this is a third. I don't think that will ever happen. I feel like if you take this base as a natural, you're expanding linearly, right? Like I don't know how common it would be to take this base as a natural, then take this as a third. Because you do spread yourself, like it would be quite awkward to rotate. Would it? Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would be awkward to rotate from here and from here. Like in my mind, I'm thinking purely of like take this base and then take this base and like you wall this area off, sort of thing. I feel like if you take this northern base, you're expanding with it, right? You expand with it because I would agree with the comment saying that the triangular third seems very awkward, but that's because I would not take this as a triangular third. But I think I agree that if this were to be taken as a triangular third base, it'd be so difficult to defend. Like this area here, and then pulling back and then back around and rotating over to defend this area here, specifically on a 3-base setup. But I don't think players will approach it in that way. Hybrid into regulars is probably more likely. No, yeah, I think I've seen that. I think I have seen that done before. Okay. But I think the main base having multiple entrances, at least personally, it's obviously it's something brought up, and it's true. Like if you do take this expansion, there are multiple entrances into the main base. I don't necessarily think that's a negative thing. I mentioned earlier when it comes to like context of what the map is and what the map wants, and I feel like we want aggression. We want aggression. We want all-ins. We want to be in each other's faces, of course, on a map like this. But it's something to bear in mind for sure. You could argue... If you wanted to, you could maybe make the rotation from this space to this space a little bit cleaner, like the area here in between the main base. If this is maybe like cleaned up a little bit and shortened a little bit, like you can maybe make an argument for that if that's what you want, just for easier rotations back and forth. As it currently stands, like it is a little bit more awkward, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how necessary it is, but sure. All right, what else do we have to say? I don't get the blink on. Right, I glossed over that. Blink feels strong on this map. Does it? No, it doesn't. So, okay, let's explain. When it comes to blink aggression, we bring up blink all the time, actually, when it comes to judging certain maps and the strength of blink. Usually, maps that do favor Blink have easier rotations for the aggressing player, rotating from the natural towards the main. But specifically the terrain here, like these rocks here, and the distance between this area and this area is very long. So aggressive rotations back and forth, and the terrain player having a hard time keeping up with those rotations is a non-factor here. Non-factor, assuming that we take this forward base as a natural. When it comes to pure like Blink aggression coming into the main base as well, I would disagree with the sentiment that this favors aggression. One, I mean, the terrain here does give you a little bit of extra room to work with as a defending player, but like your production is going to be here anyway, right? Like your production is already going to be moving in this direction to begin with. So no, yeah, I would disagree with that comment. That's a weird comment to make. I don't think Blink is favored here. It's a bit odd. I think Judge C, I think they're a little bit too fixated on the fact that there's just another entrance into the main base. Like for example, if this entrance opens up, like this is just a non-factor, right? Like when you take this expansion, Blink aggression won't be favoring. Yeah, you just can't get in. What are you gonna do? You're gonna rotate from the natural up the ramp? Like what? Yeah, I don't know. Something Terran would do is mine the hybrid from the high ground. Oh, you're saying they would keep the C? Yeah. I think I've seen that. Where you keep the CC here, right? You keep the CC here, mine it from the high ground until you can break out and expand. Yeah. As your third base. Yeah, I think I saw Beyond maybe do that as well, but I recall seeing that. Yeah. I recall. All right. Next comment. Judge B. Interesting design, interesting usage of Zerg rocks, accounting for both proxy Zerg hatcheries and defensiveness. Unbuildable rocks misplaced, no points reduced for that. Okay, if that's true, I didn't quite notice that. Group A, nothing. He liked it though. Judge, I keep saying Group A. Judge A, he liked it. 4.5. He gave it a higher rating than anyone else. I guess tied with Judge D. He liked it. That's a strong ... That's a the aura. He likes it. Let's go. All right. Up next, Sanctuary 3. Mason change was previously in mind. Adding the rocks just because of how open the base is. Yeah. I see. Oh, and hybrid patches on the top side. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I think I can get behind that. Closing up the natural a little bit more to make it more defendable. Yeah. For sure. All right. Up next is Sanctuary 3. Okay. Where are we? Beautiful. Okay. Hold on, I gotta loop. Okay. All right, Sanctuary 3. I remember I had a bit of a harder time. I had a very hard time on this map just because changes were made, which I think were positive, of course. And I was on the fence about whether or not aggression would be too favored here. So when it comes to Sanctuary 3, this is one of the more popular maps when it comes to our tournaments. We had a high ground natural base, so Ram coming into the natural. We had our relatively secure third base. We have the area in between the bases, which is a little more open, a little more accessible, a little more exposed. I think my concern was how condensed the four base setup would be to be able to push directly across the map to the third base of your opponents. I think this is when we had maybe one of the big discussions about the rush distance from third to third and how important that is, especially in the current meta. Is that rush distance, is that that pathway from third base to third base. And so we spoke about how there were changes made to the map when it comes to the destructible towers. As you can see, these rocks can be knocked down. You can wall the area off, so you can try to buy some time. I want to say that's more applicable to longer games. That's a little bit more applicable to like mid gameplay and mid to late gameplay. It is difficult to reactively knock down these rocks, especially if an all-in goes unscouted. To reactively knock them down and to buy some time, for sure. We have already seen some aggression be quite successful on Sanctuary 3 as well, when it comes to main pushes that we have seen. But once again, like, it might not be a negative thing that's something available on the map itself, as long as some of the other maps can like counteract that when it comes to constructing a map pool, of course. But here we go. Curious what we had to say. Sanctuary 3. This was standard, right? No. Macro? Okay, macro. Alright, what do we say? Gave it a 5. Gave it a 5. As mentioned in the previous CLMC, I'm still concerned regarding the very direct path from third to third. However, I do recognize that there are now countermeasures. The position of the destructible towers is a nice addition to help delay pushes and all-ins. Likewise, there are now additional angles to engage the main army. I'm hopeful that this is enough to allow for defenses to occur and longer games to play out. My other concern is the center low ground expansion and how centralized and close it is to the other bases, allowing it to be taken as the main army moves out. So we just kind of went over that. Those are at least my biggest concerns when it comes to the map itself. Despite that, still give it a bit of a higher rating. I do recall that I was looking at the macro maps themselves, and I did mention that I did kind of like spread out some of my 5s between them. Gave it to Wavebreaker, Sanctuary, and to... Oh, I gave it to Silvermoon. that's the other one. That's the other big one that we had a disagreement on. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. I'm curious what the other judges' concerns were. So we have Judge D. Judge D. Expansion vulnerabilities feel inconsistent across the map. Interesting. Some early bases are very open / exposed, while some of the other later expansions are on the easier side to defend. Relatively interesting pathing and expansion choices. I feel like this is a big variance for the critique. Some early bases are very open and exposed, while some later expansions are easier to defend. Let's jump in. Okay, let's jump in. So we have our natural, we have our third base. So we have the low ground third option here. I feel like it's quite standard to have 2 third base options. I mean, the high ground expansion here is a little bit safer to defend forward towards your opponents. The one further away is a little bit more open and exposed. Are they referring to this expansion maybe being easier to defend, like the linear fourth base? I think this might be what they're referring to. I feel like usually there's like a pattern, right? Like usually no, but you can knock down the rocks. I was gonna say usually there's a pattern to like, okay, you have one base that's more exposed and the other that's more open, but here you have rocks that you can knock down to wall this area off to kind of like condense things. So in a world, if you remember, we cast a Nightmare last night, and Nightmare, he did take the linear third, right? He took this space, and he started expansion. He started expanding away from Beyond, right? Away from Beyond, going for the linear expansion pattern. Obviously, like this area here is still very contentious, still very, very contentious here on the low ground. For sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around the comment itself about like inconsistent expansions. Like in my mind, are they saying that they would have wanted these bases more defendable and like these bases more exposed? Like I would want the third base to be relatively secure here. Maybe the critique is that the linear third base is too open. I guess that would be it. Maybe you want like your close by third bases to be more secure, and then you open things up. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting comment. I don't think I agree with the sentiment. I think it was a little. If the comment was a little bit more direct about this third base, I think I could probably get on board the idea of making this third base a bit of a better option. At least based on some of the limited games that we've seen, we have seen players struggle to defend this expansion. Even though it's supposed to be a little bit safer because you're expanding away from your opponent, but we have seen players struggle here. But at the same time, I've maybe only seen like a defense here like maybe like twice. Like so I have limited data on that. Okay. What else do we have to say? C, we have groups. Oh, sorry, Judge C. Judge C. Great map. I like Reaper cliffs to the natural and multiple ones into the main. The only issue is the linear third, where tanks can hide behind the pillar and directly hit the natural base. Oh. Did we miss that? Wait, what? Hold on, tank. Did we miss that? They can. Oh, okay. Directly hit the natural base. The forward base in front of the natural is a bit tight, but no big deal. Forward base in front of the natural. Okay. Let's go back in. So I believe they're referring to this. So they're referring to the fact that a tank here can actually hit the natural base. I don't know if that's intentional. I think that it might be advised to move something here to actually make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know if that's something that we want out of this. You could argue that because of the high ground, like that does help counteract this, and it at least forces some high ground vision from the opposing Terran player. But I feel like in general, we do want to deter this sort of thing in on these maps is having the natural base like as exposed as this would be. I think typically like we're okay with like these tank positionings hitting gas geysers and maybe like a mineral patch, but hitting the expansion itself, it does feel a little bit extreme. So we did miss that. I think it's good that it was brought up. I think it is good. Okay, shout out to Judge C. I'm ready for the profound thoughts of Judge B. He gave it a 4.4. Said nothing. Let's go. Tell Judge A he agrees. He said the same thing, but he gave it a lower score. But he also said nothing. Let's go. Judge A and B, like again, they're like two sides of the same coin, papi. Not the first time. They've had the same comments, but vastly different opinions. I look forward to hearing more from them. I'm ready. God damn it. I appreciate that Judge C brought up the tank spot. Again, I don't know if that's intentional. That is something that might have to be looked at, of course. Judge D, I don't think I fully agree with their sentiments regarding the inconsistency of which bases are more open and more exposed. I think part of that might just be because of the low ground linear third base and how I think it would make sense if maybe it was a little bit more defendable just as another better option based on the limited games that I've seen. But again, the games that I've seen are very limited, and I don't know if there's as much weight behind the idea of that base being too open and too exposed and too difficult to defend. Maybe it is, right? Maybe it is too open, maybe it is too exposed, and maybe there's value in securing that linear third base a little bit more, and having the fourth base is more open, specifically the fourth base here. Hold on. Man, specifically this 4th expansion. So the idea of making this 3rd base more secure and this 4th base on the low ground, I think that would make things more standard, right? Where your 3rd bases are a little bit safer and the 4th bases are more open and exposed. That would make sense. The downside of having this base on the high ground, for example, having this base safer, is that then you have a really secure 4-base setup, right? Like then you have your main, you have your natural, you have your high ground, like triangular 3rd, and then like a high ground, like linear 3rd base. But at the same time, because those shorter rush distance by ground, maybe that like helps balance that out. But I think that's what the Judge D comments were regarding, was maybe making this base safer and maybe making this base more vulnerable. But personally, I think I would have appreciated it if the judge was more specific in their comments, because I'm inferring that that's what they meant, but like I can't be certain if that's kind of like what their critique was, which would make the map more standard for sure. Like it is more normal for the 4th base to be more exposed and for the 3rd to be more defendable. Makes sense. God damn it. Esther Avex, you're an animal. You're an animal. Alright. Let's go. Next map. Up next we have... Let's have a look here. Up next we have Blackrock. So Blackrock was the Warcraft 3 map. Okay. Blackrock was the highest placing standard map. Okay. Un momento. So here we have Blackrock. If you remember, Blackrock has a bunch of Warcraft 3 aesthetics, does have the watchtowers, does have the grunts. I would say it's a very ambitious map. Very, very ambitious. It's very open, but also not. The way to counteract how open the map is are with these destructible towers, the destructible rocks, with the tall grass as well. It's a very unique approach to try to add layers to the terrain and add layers to the complexity of the center of the map. I think it's a really cool center. I think it's a really unique approach. I think my big concern was whether the 3rd and 4th bases were too open. And I was on the fence because obviously you can knock down these rocks and close up the linear 3rd base at least a little bit when it comes to making it more secure. That is true. Meanwhile, the triangular 3rd base is still very open. I mean, one of the things that helps, of course, is we have a very narrow pathway here. It's a very, very narrow pathway leading into the triangular 3rd base, which is very difficult to move between and move towards. But the topside pathway does seem very open, very accessible for the most part. So I was very on the fence whether this map took things a little bit too far when it comes to how open it is, and whether the unique terrain features like the tall grass and the destructible towers are enough to kind of allow for some mid-game play. I was having a hard time kind of determining whether that would be the case or not. Having a hard time. Moving in. So again, you can see the secure natural base. We have the area in between the bases here, which is also relatively secure. This is the area that we spoke about, how it's very, very narrow and it can be abused. It can be very, very difficult to actually push through this location, at least until you open up all the rocks. This is the area that I was referring to, where it might be a little bit too open and too accessible towards the triangular 3rd base, to the point where you just can't take it as a 3rd. So we'll take it as a 4th or a 5th later on. Maybe there's a higher chance that we just expand here linearly and then take these bottom right hand bases instead. Maybe that's going to be more incentivized on a map like this. And these are the towers we spoke about, how you can knock these down, you can close up the 3rd base at least a little bit more. But I'm curious to hear what the other judges had to say. Let's hear from the judges. All right. Here we have our comments. I appreciate the use of terrain on this map, both rocks and tall grass. It allows for an otherwise vulnerable linear 3rd base to be more secure in the early to mid game, while making it more accessible as time goes on. However, establishing a 5th base does seem quite difficult. I'm interested to see more games played out on this map. again, I expressed some concerns. I think I would nowadays. I think I would extend this to like 4th base. Like securing a 4th and 5th base seems quite difficult on this map. But again, we'll see how players do approach and whether it is too open or not. We'll see what the other judges' concerns were. Judge D. Interesting flat ground idea with trees, line of sight blockers, and rock types. Yeah, true. We brought that up as well. Not loving the center base placements or the almost forced double back expansion pattern for a 4th base. Not loving the center base placements. Okay. Is he referring to this? Center base? Wait, what was the comment? Not loving the center base placement or the almost forced double back expansion pattern for a 4th base. Ah, right. I think almost forced double back expansion. Are they referring to the idea that you take this as a natural, you take this as a 3rd, and then you have to double back around here to get a 4th base? My thoughts were that we might have to just expand linearly. You take this as a 3rd, and then this is a 4th, and then you get a 5th base behind it. But I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen a player take a 4th base on this map yet. Like, I don't think I've seen games last that long. But I've also barely seen games played on Blackrock. What else do they say? Lots of possible options for a 5th, but none really feel actually doable considering their openness and placement. Yeah, so that was my concern as well, was the 5th expansion. And I would even say the 4th base as well. Like, it does feel very difficult to try to maintain a high base count here because of how open and exposed everything is. Again, it's all in the same plane of elevation. So that is a concern that I have. Looks like a shared concern. What did we hear from Judge C? Inching layout, don't like the high ground and line of sight blockers near the natural. The high ground? Here? We've seen this a couple of times actually. Oh right, sorry, I need to map name. I wish there was an easier way to do that. I believe they're referring to this area here. This area here outside of the natural. And I think the high ground refers to this like cliff face, so you can set up here on the other side. This is something that they brought up previously as well, if you recall, when it comes to Sanctuary. I think this is fine. Referring to the terrain. Earlier, I agreed with a critique of the tank being within range of the natural, but here the tank is not within range. It is within range of some of these mineral patches, that is true, but I find that to be more acceptable than being within range of the expansion itself. For sure. You could argue that maybe this position is too strong. I'm referring to like TVP, like 2 base all-ins, like 2.5 base all-ins, where you commit with like 2 or 3 tanks and you set up here on the right hand side. I can see this being strong. But what's important is that this is threatening mineral lines. It's not threatening the base itself. Which does force the tanks to eventually push forward, right? They eventually have to move forward. They have to expose themselves. I think that's important to bear in mind. But he is correct in saying that specifically this area here can be used aggressively against the defending player. And this can be a very difficult position to deal with, for sure. Do they have any other critique? No. Okay. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready for the A-B duo. What do you got for us? Judge A and Judge B. We have Judge B. He had something to say. Okay. Choke point between the built town hall and the pines in front of the base is brutal for the defending player. I think that's in reference to the same area that we spoke about. Taking the triangular forward base. For defending player taking that triangular forward base. I agree in the sense that I don't know if I don't know if you're gonna take that base as a 3rd though. But I agree that that was our concern, is that area is a little bit too open to take that expansion. Oh wait, no, he's talking about the choke point. Brutal for the defending player? Wait, what? So he's saying this area is difficult for the defending player. Would I agree with that? Like, this is still a choke point though that they have to go through 2 choke points. So there's this one here and then this one here. Obviously they need vision. Personally, I would think that this area would benefit the defending player. Like, my concern was this top area here. Okay. Judge A. We had comments. Hard to take those center bases. They are, but they both rated it highly. It is hard to take the center bases. I don't see the players taking the center expansions. Like, no shot. I feel like we have to like stick to the edges of the map for expansions. But I find it interesting that this is the highest rated standard map. Like, that's crazy to me. I'm a little bit surprised that some of the other standard maps didn't really stand out. Interesting. All right. Up next, we had At Attorney's Edge. This is the map that I was very on the fence on as well. At Attorney's Edge. Oh, sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat. Just catching up. A big issue in the games I've seen is that area by the triangular third, it's way too hard for the defender to maneuver their army. And yeah, center bases are basically never taken. Yeah. I imagine center bases will never be taken. Fair. Adjust as much as I could in the iteration. Oh, my friend, that's all good. It's all good. Hold on, I'll quickly look at the new version of Blackrock. We'll have a look together. Oh my god. Okay, Jesus. Okay. So we have some visual changes here. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the rocks are now a little bit more distinct, so a little bit more obvious. As to how they can engage. Am I crazy? Is this area here a little bit shorter than previously? In my mind, it looks to be the case. I think it's further back, right? I think earlier was a little bit, like, maybe like a couple of hexes forward. Not the Vikings, yeah. New textures. Also added rock towers that closed off the tank ledges. This here. Interesting. That's cool. That's interesting. I don't know how impactful these like tank ledges were, but interesting that there's a way to shut them off. It's further back and more of the S shades and a little shorter. Yeah. It does look shorter and further back. This does help benefit the defending player. The closer this was, the more difficult it would be to engage an aggressing army. So I think I do like this. I do like this change quite a bit. I think this is new. Hold on. How the technology. So I'm just comparing. So previously this was completely open, and there was like double rocks that would be knocked down. Now it's been changed to it's partially open, and then you can fully wall it off. So this does make for a much more narrow choke point. This will hinder like aggressive run bys and aggressive rotations a little bit more, as it's going to be a little bit easier to deal with that. Interesting. So the tall grass here was changed. Moving forward, once again. Actually, sorry, you changed that. You did that for all of them, where they used to all be much more open and you'd have like double layered rocks, but now we have a lot more choke points. So now the center of the map is a lot more choky than previously, which addresses the fact that it was a very open map. That does help with that. That does allow for some more interesting kind of like engagements in the center. Okay. What other changes were made? You made a lot of changes, actually. Here, once again, rocks were added. Once again, we're kind of choking up the area a little bit more. I think this is the only double-layered tower, or the only double tower that's still around. And I believe you opened up this area here. Okay, this is nice. This is nice. Earlier, the tank spot was completely surrounded by tall grass. Now there's an opening, so you don't require high ground vision to spot the tank to focus it down. This is a big change. And this also means that it can be used defensively, actually. True. Yeah, now it's mainly a defensive position, and it's weaker aggressively. And when it comes to the tank spot, I would imagine it was changed. No, that's still there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So nice changes. It also helps choke the map up more evenly. Yeah, it does. It does. It does assist with that. Okay. I think overall positive changes. I think a lot of the concerns were addressed. I say a lot of the concerns, obviously, like one of the bigger concerns is the ability to take a fifth. But we'll see. Like in general, like I don't know if you can do much. I don't know if you can do much to help with that, without changing the entire map itself. Like, I think by design, it's just going to be difficult to maintain like a 5, 6, 7 base setup. Okay. 10 rocks and one time strike point, now 3 times strike point north of the natural. I mean these rocks here. Okay. Oh, I see. You widen the choke point a little bit. Okay. I see. Now it's less brutal. Fair. But yeah, I think overall positive changes. I actually really like this change here. I think this is a very it's a very nice solution to an issue, right? Where it did allow for an aggressive tank position to just be brutal pushing it towards a natural, and it just flips it on its head to the point where now like it is more of a defensive kind of position instead. And also, of course, pushing this back as well. I think all positive changes. Cool. Up next, that leads us into our next map. That leads us into At Eternity's Edge. Sorry, moving through it. Bam, show us what you got. Okay. So at Attorney's Edge, this map I had a really hard time with as well. This map does have some unique features when it comes to the edges of the map itself, when it comes to the bottom left hand side, which does have somewhat of a secure third base but a much more exposed fourth and fifth, pushing towards the gold expansion. A bit of an open area here towards the center of the map. We do have our triangular third base leading into the high yield gas geyser, pushing across the map. We spoke about this a little bit during Sanctuary 3. I believe here the rush distance from third to third is even shorter, but that was my big concern, is that shorter rush distance between the third bases, which in my opinion would lead to shorter games and would mean that the edges of the map wouldn't really come into play. That was my concern, at least. But during the games themselves, during tournaments that we've been covering, we have been seeing Protoss players expand away. We have been seeing Protoss players expand away from the Terran player and try to make use of these southern bases. We have seen them struggle to do so, but we have seen them like take that approach instead, which is really cool. It's really cool to see that happen. With mixed success, might I add, with mixed success when it comes to maintaining these bases, but we have seen them explore that area of the map at least a little bit. Have seen them explore it. We have seen Protoss players just maintain map control and take the gold. Like that has happened, of course, which is to be expected when it comes to specifically PvT and late game PvT. But I'm curious to hear what the other judges had to say. Okay, at Attorney's Edge, I believe this was a macro. Yeah, macro map. Here we go. Oh, so here, I appreciate the hidden location in the main base. Oh, true, has a hidden location in the main. It does indeed open up aggressive options. I like the placement of the speed zones as well, allowing for aggressive rotations or even aggressive rotations, or even helping flanking pushing armies. Personally, I don't think the low ground gold area of the map will see much play, especially considering the rush distances between triangular third bases and the temptation of the high yield gas expansions. Regardless, look forward to seeing more of this map. I think I should have added a caveat here. The gold base is going to impact specifically PvT, specifically the Protoss side of things, where they do value the gold expansion a lot more, and once they're able to gain map control, their goal should be to claim that gold area. For the other matchups, though, that was kind of where my concerns did lie. We'll see what Judge D had to say. I like it. Dislike the straight lines between players in many scenarios, but high ground variation does add some depth to engagements and pathing choices. I think this line here, dislike the straight lines between players in many scenarios, I think this specifically is referencing what our concern was, which is this. Sorry. This straight line. I would say like this, like from third to third. I think that's what that is in reference to. Just because there's not really much to like disrupt this attack path, whether it's like high ground, low ground, points of elevation, side blockers, rocks, towers, like this, slow zones. There's nothing here. So this gets brought up. Despite that, he did still give it a better rating than I did. So it looks like my concern about this is greater than Judge D's concern about this. But the concern is there. Let's see. What else did we have to say? Jesus, gave it a 4.75. Next up, great map. Great map. Not sure how line of sight blockers in the main base would play out. Harassing air units may have an easier time to escape, so spotting pylon or a unit is definitely needed there. Okay, this is mainly just in reference to the area in the main base with the side blockers. Gave it a 5. Dang. B. Profound. Look at him go. A. He said something quite open. Yeah, sure. The southern part of the map is a little bit more open for sure, I guess. Profound. Happy profound. Always look forward to A and B. Always look forward to it. Okay. So it looks like for the most part, I mean, there wasn't really much said from the other judges except for Judge D. Again, it does feel like we had some similar concerns, but for the most part, it looks like he didn't weigh them as highly as I did, pushing for the map instead. And I did just mention as well that based on our experience casting the map, we have seen players actually take advantage of these southern bases and push towards the gold at least. But again, that's more applicable to PvT, where the Protoss player has a lot more value when it comes to taking that gold base and maintaining this position. I'm curious about like what I haven't seen on this map, but I'm curious about TVZ. I'm curious about Terran versus Zerg and how aggressive Terran can be on this map in TVZ. Likewise, TVT as well, I can see also being quite aggressive and quite short. So there are certain matchups that I would want to see more of on at Eternity's Edge. This is where, you know, the Wardy tournament comes into play and some of the other tournaments to gain data like on how players are approaching this map. Okay. Up next we have Rorschach. Rorschach is also one of the maps that rarely gets played. Unfortunately. Give us some Rorschach. Is Rorschach in no shot? Rorschach is standard. It is. That's kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. Started getting more popular towards the end of Wardy's tournament. Okay. Rorschach. But you did say something that I think I agree with, Avex. If you recall, you said something along the lines of, it'd be nice if there was another tournament. I mean, it's difficult because it would elongate the judging process, or the voting period. But I think you're correct in saying that, the purpose of the Wardy tournament is, one, to introduce all the maps to the voter base. That is true, but also, right, how much time do you really have to adjust the map from judge feedback and then from the tournaments played, right? And I'm sure there are not just like AVIX and patches, but I'm sure there are other map makers that are making adjustments, that are making improvements from feedback provided by the tournament and by the judges and by voters, by viewers and by everyone. The map is being changed, but I would imagine that the voter base doesn't see that. Right, changes are being made as we speak, and that's going to be happening, and then voting opens up, and then basically we have a period of time, or we have a situation where people are voting on maps that aren't what they really are, right? That aren't accurately represented, because a lot of people are going to be basing, especially because the reality is the Wardy tournament has the most amount of viewers, right? Like they have all the viewers. So even if like we are featuring some of the new updated versions of the maps, or the Picasso Cup is featuring them, or the Monday Night Weeklies, even if we do our best to feature these maps, and we're doing what we can, and we're doing our best to do so, and we are able to influence, or at least able to showcase these maps to an audience, the reality is that our audiences are smaller compared to Wardy's, and it is more impactful if Wardy's event actually has like the updated versions, right? Because that's what most people are going to be watching. That's what most people are going to be basing their opinions on, is the Wardy games. You could maybe even argue that that maybe Wardy's tournament should be at the end. Would that make more sense? Like, would it make more sense if we have the judging period, then we have all the open tournaments feature the new maps, right? And then you gain data through all the open tournaments, and then we have the iteration phase, and then at the very end, before voting, then we have the Wardy tournament with the most up-to-date maps. It's hard to say, because the reality is the Wardy tournament, again, like I would imagine even a lot of the map makers don't watch Pegasus Cup or Tunic Cup or Monday Night Weeklies, and they don't watch their own maps, just because the event is smaller, the cast is, the communities are smaller as well. So maybe it's hard to like push for them to watch that. But like I guess in an ideal world we have two Wardy tournaments, one at the end and one at the beginning, right? To see the updated versions. At the same time, I'm sure there are some map makers that don't make any changes. They don't take any of the feedback. They just make the map, and they just send it back, and there's less reason for that. But in an ideal world, if feedback is being taken, if changes are being made to every single map, then it would make sense for there to be a second tournament afterwards, right? But yeah. think rectangular symmetry maps just have a negative debuff since they're so nuclear piece encoded. Sure, that has historically been the problem. I'd be okay with that. You should bring this up with Wax and Morty. Yeah, it's difficult because, like, in an ideal world, I think the ideal is you have 2 tournaments, but the reality is we don't really have the funds for 2 tournaments. I would have to look at the prize pool distribution, whether it's viable to TLMC Wardy TV. What's the prize pool on the Wardy tournament? Prize pool $5,000. Like, is it reasonable to, like, even cut that prize pool in half, have like a $2,500 tournament at the beginning and end of like the judging and voting process? Is that even, like, is that worth it, or do we just push it back to the end? But it's, as I mentioned, like, it's difficult. It's difficult. I don't think there's a wrong choice. But the problem with it being at the end is that, as I mentioned, I would imagine a lot of map makers, and there's a lot of people that don't maybe take in like the other smaller events and maybe don't get as much feedback. They don't get as much maps played, right? Like that's the advantage of the Wardy tournament, is that a lot of games are played. And more importantly, he forces maps. That's something that we don't do. Like, the Open Cups don't force maps, but Wardy, he does force maps to be played. So it's forcing people to give like some data on these maps more so than the Open Cups do. Like, I believe, like, he force starting maps? Am I crazy? Or does he like limit the map pool or something? Like, maybe I'm misspeaking. Maybe he doesn't force them. I thought he did. Or maybe he used to. To what is probably too much to read, yeah. I was agreeing to the opens on Woody at the end, yeah. Change the system. I don't remember exactly how it works this time around. He does have a bit of forcing. Okay. So yeah, it's always difficult because the reality is the Wardy tournament does give you more games played, and that does inform map makers to allow them to make informed decisions when it comes to changes that they do want to make. But the downside is that, again, like, most people's impressions on maps are based off of the Wardy event, because that's what everyone is watching, right? Which is a shame. Just because it's a shame, just because those are the maps that are not reflective of the final product, right? That they're going to be voting on. But yeah, I think I'll bring it up. Whether it's taken into consideration, hard to say. But I think overall it would benefit. The system would benefit for the tournament being at the end. I think regardless, just because at least if the tournament's at the end, and even if map makers don't watch the Open Cups, at least they have the feedback from the judges to work on to make adjustments based off of that, at least, as well. Because the way that it currently is, it's judge feedback, and then bam, like a couple of days later you get the Wardy tournament. So there's not enough time for the maps to be adjusted from at least the judge feedback to the Wardy events, right? Like, so there's, yeah, I'll mention it to Wax, but we'll see. Okay. Speaking of revisions, Este patches. Bottom hybrid base added 900 mineral patch rich nodes. Top base changed, single rich node. No tank spots outside of the natural, the linear third base. Okay. All right, we'll get into it. Welcome to Rorschach. Rorschach is another interesting map here. Shorter rush distance by ground, has a healing pad in the center as well. I think because of this, I have not seen many games played on Rorschach. I don't know what the chat's experience is when it comes to the wardy events, but I just haven't seen too much on Rorschach. I do think that it's a very unique feature, just like Voidstorm. You know, crazy healing pad location, favors aggression, and also a really unique layout as well. This isn't really too common of a map layout anymore. We brought up, was it like I almost said Blackburn. Was it Blackburn? There've been a couple of maps in the history of StarCraft that do feature this kind of layout, but they're often few and far between. So I'm happy to embrace a map like this again every now and then. Having that like shorter rush distance by ground, shorter rush distance by air sort of thing. It's not really seen too often nowadays, so I appreciate that we're seeing it here at least. So when it comes to having some variety in the TLMC. Obviously, the big thing, of course, is the healing pad. My concern was that the healing pad would maybe be a little bit too strong when it comes to pushes, when it comes to main engagements and main aggressive move outs towards the third base location, towards the triangular third, and yeah, mainly towards the triangular third base. Towards these two bases, these two areas. I also did mention that it felt like this expansion here was isolated enough where we could even argue to even have like extra, like more resources here, just because it would be so difficult to defend this location, to rotate over and to help protect it. Just because it's like a pseudo island base. But what did our judges have to say? I see Mr. Miller in the chat. Team Liquid maps, but there's not even any water. True. Aye. Actually, no, there is water, right? Hold on. What's that? I'll eat that, pappy. We have water. We have met the criteria. Heavily harassing drones, backing off healing again would be crazy. Potentially, just because of the distance. It's possible that maybe players will be expanding away from their opponents instead to help counteract that sort of thing. But this is going to be very impactful, which I don't think is a negative thing, but it's something to bear in mind, is that it's a much more impactful healing pad. I'm curious to see what the other judges had to say for Rorschach. Bam. Okay. Interesting ideas being used here. I'm unsure if the healing shrine will be too impactful and favor all-ins and aggressive builds. I would need to see more games to have a more informed opinion. I think I would push back against that. I think it is going to be. I think maybe a better way of putting this is I'm not sure if the healing shrine will be. It would just be too much. It'll be just too much, and it'll favor aggressive play too much, and it'd be almost impossible to defend against early game aggression or early game all-ins. That's my big concern. Coming into this, we had what? Very dense lower half and sparse top half. Some balance concerns and gameplay concerns for mid to late game. Strong turtling potential in the bottom without much way to out expand or counterplay on the top half of the map. Could be surprised with the balance and fun of aggressive play though. Okay, so he acknowledges like aggressive tendencies here. As it is somewhat hard to predict how players will respond to the double/triple forward bases. So he first brings up turtling concerns, but then he talks about how, on the other hand, like we could just see a lot of aggression here. Strong turtling potential in the bottom half. Let's have a look. No, I think I would push back against that. I think like the idea of taking the main, natural, and pushing forward, taking the third and fourth base, and taking control of this like high ground area. I would say one, obviously you can harass the forward base from the low ground. There's a wide entrance here. There's a wide entrance here specifically as well when it comes to attempting to harass and attempting to be aggressive. But more importantly, I feel like the healing pad would incentivize aggressive play enough where it would be difficult to take your third and fourth base. And push forward into the center. I think this adds a layer of complexity that does make it difficult to push forward into the map. But this is where games would have to be played to showcase that. So I think I would agree with the sentiments of the potential to turtle up here if the healing pad wasn't a factor. But because the healing pad, like, Again, it should incentivize aggressive play and pushes and denial of bases. But we need games to play. The problem is that this map has been vetoed quite a bit. It's been vetoed. Alright, what else did we say? 70% of the natural mineral line can be hit by tanks. I've noticed so far the majority of Judge C's comments have been about like exposed mineral lines. Like we've been seeing a lot of comments about like cannon rushes, exposed mineral lines. Like that's been the majority of Judge C. Interesting that that's where his like mindset is at. Natural maybe too cannon friendly, missing unbiddable plates at the main ramp, nice layout otherwise. Like this guy had Judge C has some crazy weird trauma about cannon rushes. Like I can't and exposed mineral lines. Crazy. The trauma is real. But I believe Patches left a comment regarding this. Yeah, he's referring to this, the tank spot hitting the mineral line. But Patches just mentioned that that did move this, I believe. Nerf tank spot outside of the natural at the linear third. Yeah. So it looks like some terrain was added here to make sure that this tank couldn't abuse this position, which I think is a good thing. It's a good thing that was caught overall. All right, A and B. What do we got? Bam. We got comments. Okay, semi-golds being effectively undefendable is a contentious feature. Not bad, not good, contentious. Is that all we said? We gave this a 4.4. But that was one thing that I mentioned, if you recall, was that like may as well just make it a full goal base. Like if we're or like have a little bit more value if it's so difficult to defend. Here it's like a similar comment. Judge A, strong words out of Judge A. Not that exact way. Yeah. So good. I mean, in the end, I'm like clowning on Judge C because they're hyper fixated on cannon rushes and mineral lines. But like, it's good that this was brought up, so it can be changed and adjusted. It's a good thing. All right, where are we at next? That was Rorschach. I believe up next we do have Lockdown. Okay. Un momento. Bam. Lockdown has been pretty popular. Yeah. From our experiences, we've seen a lot of players play on Lockdown quite a bit. Oh, it's time to crash. Well done. It's that time to crash. But Lockdown was a really interesting map. I remember having a hard time judging whether or not the base layout was too aggressive, or like in general, like the base layout was very unique, very unique when it came to the high ground area pushing in towards the low ground fourth base. It's something that I just wasn't used to seeing. But yeah, this map does excite me for the most part. Hold on. Let us jump in. So we have our high ground main base, we have our high ground at natural as well, so a pretty secure two base setup. But the area I'm referring to here is the triangular third base. So expanding here, going for the linear third expansion, and how that kind of leads onto your forward fourth base, which leads directly into the low ground expansions, assuming that the opposing player has decided to go for these safer bases here on their own side of the map. So yeah, this is just a really unique feature that I wasn't really sure on how strong it was, or how strong it was, especially because there are so many planes of elevation. There's like 4 layers of elevation here. You have the low ground, you have the mid ground, you have the mid to high ground, and then you have the main base as well. Like 4 different layers of elevation, which is crazy. So trying to like flank a pushing army here would be quite difficult. So I remember having a hard time like judging whether it would be too difficult or not, or how players will expand, whether they go for these like linear bases instead. Sorry, I should say I guess triangular third, like whether they go for the triangular third and expand here on the right hand side instead. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting map, and interesting in a good way for sure. All right, what do we have to say? This is a Lockdown. Lockdown was rated number 9. Number 9. We're working our way down. For those that are curious, we're working our way down from most popular to least for top 16. So up next is Lockdown. Lockdown was placed under standard. I gave Lockdown a 4. I remember like having a hard time like committing to this map, but it definitely seemed really interesting. This is here. Personally, I appreciate, this was our comments. Personally, I appreciate maps that have defensive features early on, but allow for more aggressive play in the mid to late game. I wonder how impactful the speed zones will be regarding aggressive rotations between bases. I'm also no used to seeing an elevated third position leading down to the 4th base. I'm curious to see more of this map. That's just echoing what we just said. From Judge D, what do we say? Interesting and unique middle pathing. Good proportions there. As we mentioned before, this verbiage has been quite common from Group D. Sorry, from Judge D. Was the proportions. He wants his proportions and space allocation. Just like central double high ground bases. Concerned about their oppressiveness in the middle of the map. Central double high ground bases. I believe they're referring to this, which was our concern here as well, like these double high ground bases and how oppressive they are. That was our comments referring to seeing this unique feature and whether it would be too much or not. But this is something that has to that for me at least I want to see played out in games, like how oppressive this really is, like this base layout. But it looks like Judge D is also bringing them up as well, which I appreciate. Let's see. Corner bases are very tight considering it's one long corridor. Not great options for surrounds and counterattacks. That is true specifically for that high ground area, which may result in one-sided fights or turtling up until one quick battle ends the game. Yes, that was our concern as well. When it comes to taking this 3rd base, pushing forward, taking this 4th base, and then building up your army, and then having like a free way to push across the map. But yeah, I think listening to his kind of rationale, I think I would agree in the sense that if a player were to expand in such a fashion, take this 3rd, take this 4th, and then push, like how do you stop the army outside of a frontal assault? Just because, as they mentioned, like flanking options are there, but they're also quite limited just because you have to go up into the high ground, right, from multiple layers of elevation. So it can be very difficult to stop an army. I would assume the best way to stop an army is to counterattack, right? Like I feel like you have to make use of this area in between the bases, and you have to apply pressure to the natural, like you have to. And that is where the speed zones will help. Like the speed zones, that will help with aggressive rotations, like pushing in here and applying pressure, and ideally deterring like this kind of setup. Like I feel like this is going to be like crucial. Yeah. What else do we have to say? Solid map, no issues. This is from Judge C. Missing some pathing paint in front of the triangular third. I mean, the issues that we brought up is what stopped me from giving it anything higher than a 4. We had a 3.5 out of Judge D. We had a 4.5 out of Judge C. Interesting. No issues, Pappy. True. Judge B. A resounding 4. No comment. Judge A. He agrees. No comment, but gives it a 3 instead. Again, I tell you, A and B, they're locked in. I mean, you can see here in general, like they don't really provide much. They're synced up, Pappy. They know what they like, they know what they don't like, and they don't need to they don't need to explain themselves. They just know. They know, Pat. True. True. Aye. But yeah, when it comes to lockdown, that's my concern, and it's good to hear Judge D also have the similar concerns. But I do think that Judge D did give a little bit better rationale as to not just having like the main push, but also having limited ways to like delay, deter, or engage the army ahead of time, which is maybe what's more important. And that's usually rectified by like points of elevation, like different attack paths, different high ground and low ground locations, but that isn't really the case here. So that's like the biggest concern, assuming that the defending player takes the space. If they don't, then it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to say the least. I'm curious to see how this plays out and whether or not it is even as oppressive as it is, bearing in mind that there's still a lot of distance between these bases. That's why I mentioned earlier that like applying pressure outside of the natural is going to be quite crucial, I feel, to deterring like a pushing like Protoss or Terran army. Just catching it. We let it crash, Pappy. Let it crash. We let it crash. Okay, and with that, we are halfway through. We're halfway through the maps. I need a moment to open the rest up. So up next, we had from Lockdown, Voidstorm. The Voidstorm. A map that I've yet to see played. God damn it. Hold on. Just opening them up. So Voidstorm, Fear and Faith, Exarch. Fear and Faith. Exarch. Defender's Lab, Old Sun Temple, Washout. Old Sun Temple. Washout. I think Voidstorm was dynamic, right? No. Okay, Rush. Voidstorm. Okay, so Voidstorm is the other map that does feature the healing pad in the center of the map. I would say that this healing pad is a little bit more egregious just because unlike the healing pad on Rorschach, there is no air blocker. So this makes it, I would say, more brutal. This is more brutal, this is more impactful. To a negative degree, I do think that it's important to have the air blockers. Like, I do feel like Oracles and Banshees and air-based harassing units in the early game, being able to make use of the healing shrine is, I think I would go as far as to say, a negative thing. So that was one of our big concerns about that. Just like Rorschach, it is dead set in the center of the map, so it will impact aggression and all-ins, pushing into the third, pushing into the natural, pushing into the fourth base. It's in a very centralized location, more centralized than we have seen in the past, which I don't think is a negative thing. I do want to see this kind of be utilized and for us to be able to judge with ourselves instead of just speculating like whether or not something like this is too strong or not and how it impacts the game and the meta itself. Personally though, that's how I feel. When it comes to the map itself, let's find out what we said. Bam. Okay, so our comments. Bold use of the healing shrine. Similarly to some of the other submitted maps, the healing shrine will become a very contested location and can favor aggressive players, especially in early all-ins. Whether or not it favors offensive play too much is difficult for me to take a strong stance on. Up until this point, the healing shrines have typically been placed off to the side, making them less impactful as a result. I'm pushing for at least air blockers added to the healing pad to ensure early game Oracle harass doesn't get out of hand. Gave it a 4. We do have Judge D. Judge D likewise also giving it a 4. Nicely executed, mostly standard layouts other than the minerals and healing shrine. The 6 and 7 bases are interesting in the corners for the late game, though do present some challenges for securing mid-game bases. Interesting terrain for engagements. I think I would push back against this. I mean, personally, I mean, it comes down to how impactful it is, but personally, because of the healing shrine and because of how favored aggression is, I don't see the corner bases really coming into play, to be honest. Like, I don't see them coming into play too much. I don't think we'll be seeing much late game on this map, so I'm not really factoring those fringe bases in too much when kind of like judging this. Like, I feel like a lot of this map still just comes down to the healing shrine, at least personally for me. Here we have Judge C. Judge C is solid layout with nicely shaped terrain. I like the expansion patterns and random mineral nodes on the map. Don't like rock positions at the triangular third base. Going from third to third as a defender looks a bit complicated. With 2 narrow corridors in front of the natural, I would say that's a positive thing. The unpathable terrain splitting the path could be a bit smaller to let armies travel between both third locations. Interesting. Let's have a look at his critique on the third bases. So he's referring to this linear third base and this triangular third location. So your initial 4-base setup. And he was talking about how the terrain makes it awkward to rotate. I would disagree. I think it's fine. Obviously, he's referring to this. Like, there's hold on. He's referring to this, like this area here, like posing a bit of an obstacle. But the purpose of this is to ensure that if an all-in were to come from the center of the map, from the healing shrine, it means that there's a choke point here. There's like a very narrow entrance, so you can have a stronger defense at the natural. That's the purpose of this terrain. When it comes to defensive rotations, I would argue that like rotating from here. Rotating from here to here to here is still fine. Like, I understand the want and desire to remove this area of the terrain, but I think that's quite crucial when it comes to having a 2-base defense. I feel like it's quite crucial when it comes to like hindering the aggressive nature of the healing pad, pushing into the natural specifically. It will delay rotations by a couple of seconds, but like by a couple of seconds to go down a bit instead of going directly across. But I think the benefits outweigh the negatives for that. I think removing that would give the aggressor too much space to work with. I agree. Yeah, I think this is crucial, especially because of the healing shrine. Like, so, like I think this is pretty important when it comes to having a safer natural. So I think Judge C's comments kind of missed that. And the extra seconds it takes to rotate from third to third, I think is fine. Like for this purpose. What else do we get? That's what we get. We had Judge B. Judge B, he said something. True. Mineral feature is confusing. Appreciate that workers mining in bases don't bounce to them, but could be synergized better with other design ideas. Mineral patches in front of the low ground triangular third bases are occluded by doodads and unidentifiable to players. Okay, so they're referring to this. Hold on. So sporadically we have patches. We have some patches here. Yeah, so we have just some random patches thrown about. So one of his critiques is to make them a little bit more visually distinct. I think that's fine, right? The idea of, like, again, they're just patches thrown around all over the place. So the idea of making them more obvious to the players, so that they are aware of their position, I think that's a perfectly fine critique. It's an interesting feature. I don't know if it's just nice. Like, it's just nice. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I guess so. What is the critique here? I guess he's saying, like, what's the point of them? I understand that. Like, it's just a fun little thing added. I don't think it's very impactful, and I think that's their critique is like why even have them? I guess it does disrupt some of the movements a little bit, but not in any kind of major way. It's just there. It's just there. I mean, obviously, it just adds some resources in a late game situation, which I don't think is going to come into play. Just as an iteration. They're pretty impactful against Terran. You can't mass CC. Okay. Pretty impactful against Terran? How so? Do you mean just having the extra resources on the map in such a way to allow for just some extra resources for a player that's turtling up against a player that's turtling up? For sure. I think that's, I mean, that is the purpose, right? Just having extra resources. But I think there are other. Okay. Anti-bull placement. Okay. I mean, like personally, I think that I don't think that we're gonna end up in that situation to begin with. Even so, I would say that even if the patches weren't there, when it comes to like building placement, like I don't know if we're gonna be seeing a lot of like late game that like factors in. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm like giving the healing pad a little bit too much like strength in like the formation of my opinion. But I think like in my opinion, because of the healing pad and because of the short resistance by ground, we're gonna see some short games. Like like that's where my mind is at. I know that some of the other judge comments were a little bit more referential towards the mid to late game. I just don't know if we're gonna see much of that. So like it's less of a factor in my mind, but sure. I understand that they do have a purpose in a longer game situation and scenario. I just don't know how often we're going to be seeing that. In general, we need more games on Voidstorm. True. All right. Up next, we have Fear and Faith. Okay. Not to be confused with Dream and Scars. You know what? I'm shocked by, actually? I'm shocked that Dream and Scars didn't make it through. I'll be honest. I thought that Dream and Scars was a sure thing, especially after not making it in last season. Where did Dream and Scars land? 35? That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Dream and Scars, that was one of the ones that I rated quite highly. Alright, Fear and Faith. Take it away. It got nuked because one of the spawns has a doom drop in the natural for one spawn. I mean, is that a reason to I mean, iteration is possible. Hold on, we'll read it. I'm looking at the comments here. There's one comment that spoke about a doom drop. What about the ability to take a fourth base and the high ground pocket for one of the spawns means that if a doom drop happens and the other player is out of position, the game just ends. What are we talking about? What? I mean, that's just a comment about pocket bases in general. Did he also have the same thing about said about Celestial Enclave? What? It's because it's a high ground pocket expansion. I see. Yeah, I would say that if the main issue is that the pocket base is on the high ground, and if the rectifying that would make it a low ground pocket expansion instead, I don't think that warrants like a 2. What? What are you doing? I like how Judge A had nothing to say about anything until Dream and Scars though. True. All right, interesting. Meanwhile, we're jumping into Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith. So this is one of the new 4-player spawn maps. Not the yeah. So good. Bam. This is one of the 4-player spawn maps. So as you can see here, we have 4 possible spawn locations. This was a resubmission from TLMC 21. And I said this before, I'm a little bit shocked that we didn't get a single 3-player spawn map submitted in this TLMC. Like, that's crazy to me, considering that it's been on the rise, right? Like, we had Last Fantasy 2 seasons ago. We had Mothership, of course, this season. So I would have thought that we would have been seeing, because we've been a little bit more exploratory with 3-player spawn maps, we would have seen more of them. But no, like, we didn't get a single one submitted. 3 is a lot harder to make, for sure. I understand that. It's just interesting to me because in my mind, you would think that if the populace was more accepting or more willing to accept a 3-player spawn map, then yeah, in my mind, you'd be seeing more people try to make them over a 4-player spawn map, which might have like a harder threshold to break to be accepted by like the greater populace. Obviously, that isn't the case. We got like what, 3 4-player spawn maps, 3 or 4 making it in. Like we were very receptive of it. But like in my mind, you would think that like if we're easing into 3-player spawn maps, you'd think that that's where the focus would lie. Regardless, I'm happy to see 4-player spawn maps for sure. When it comes to this map, we have a pretty secure like 4-base setup, or pretty straightforward 4-base setup. Taking a 5th base from here can be quite difficult, as you have to push towards one of the other corners of the map. The central area is quite complex. We have plenty of layers of elevation. We have plenty of choke points as well. We have, yeah, a bit of a more complex center of the map, which I appreciate. I think one of my criticisms was the difficulty of taking a 5th base. How it is going to be difficult depending on spawn locations, of course, but that just kind of comes with the territory of a 4-player spawn map. It's just harder 5th bases, which some of the other maps do actually have a different approach to. Old Sun Temple being the big one, of course. So we have Fear and Faith. Bam. We have our map. Again, we have our secure main base. We have a worker path coming into the main. We have the monorail system on the left-hand side as well. What's the way to remove this layer, this visual layer, by the way, just to make it a little bit nicer? I have forgotten said hotkey for that. But we have our initial 4 bases. Again, we have like the center of the map, which does have a little bit more terrain to it, a little bit more depth to it, I should say. But yeah, we'll see. Again, this is a resubmission, and we'll see what our judges had to say. Gibbage. Shift H. Bam, beautiful. Thank you. Let's have a look. So Fear and Faith. This was the second most voted on map in the dynamic category. I gave it a 3. Bam, here we go. Here. Interesting use of worker-only paths, allowing for scouting or potentially expansions in a longer game. Likewise, I appreciate the terrain in the center of the map, allowing for positional play and map awareness to play a key role in engaging armies. I didn't actually give a lot of critique here. I still gave it a 3. I think my biggest criticism is like the inability or the difficulties when it comes to expanding, taking a 5th base here. But yeah. Yeah, we do have Fear and Faith. What did we hear from Judge D? This and Exarch use similar methods to combat 4-player map issues. True, when it comes to the worker-only paths. I like the high ground pods and center design here, as well as the double octuple worker paths to ease distances and 4th bases. I'm not mad at the dead space, seeing as the map is gigantic. Okay. Good to know that he's not upset. Solid 4-player spawn map. Cool idea with worker tubes. Might be too big and produce stale games. No, I think so the difficulty when it comes to taking a fourth base and forcing the player outside of their comfort zone, you could argue is like a good thing, as they have to spread themselves thin when it comes to trying to take another corner of the map. You could argue that maybe the corners are too robust, but rotating to defend them is going to be difficult anyway. Using no flight zones in mid-map combat zones. Okay. Okay. Judge A4 had nothing to say. Cool. Using no flight zones in mid-map / combat zones. I guess he's talking about air blockers? Hold on. I don't think there are any. Oh wait, no, see here. No fly zones. So he's referring to these air blockers in the center, like disrupting movements. I think that's a really cool thing that I don't think we've seen before. True. I think I appreciate that he brought this up, because this is something that we kind of glossed over. But I believe these are air blockers for like these like little skyscrapers or these towers. Like usually when it comes to air blockers, they're for the most part like confined to like defending bases, right? Like protecting main bases or natural expansions. Oh, sorry. Here. So these towers they have no fly zones. That's really interesting. I don't know how impactful that's going to be. Like that'll be interesting when it comes to, like breaking out like a Sky Toss army specifically. That's like the situation where this is most impactful will be Sky Toss or TVT, like Viking versus Viking, or like Viking Raven versus Viking Raven. That's a more mobile composition anyway. But yeah, true. It's an interesting use of air blockers. Again, I don't know how impactful it's going to be, but I appreciate that it was brought up. Appreciate it. But yeah, I feel like we didn't really have much to, our judges didn't really have much to say, myself included, when it comes to the mapping. I think maybe just because we've seen it before. And for the most part, we're just praising like the unique kind of approach to the map and to scouting, which I think is a good thing. It's a positive aspect for sure. Is positive. Up next, we had Exarch, the other 4-place-1 map. True. Next was Exarch. See what Judge A had to say. Ah. Yeah, Judge A, he's just aura farming, okay? That's all he's doing. Just standing in the corner. Looking at the corner as well. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, this was... hold on. Beautiful. I believe there were changes made to Exarch. Not entirely certain of that though. Bam, okay. So here we have Exarch. Exarch is another 4-place-1 map, but just like the previous one, we do have like an aqueduct system connecting each of the corners of the map, which I think is a really cool idea. It's a really cool way to deal with the scatting issues that 4-place-1 maps have had. I think my big criticism here for Exarch was there is a big difference between these two 4-place-1 maps, and that is the center of the map. I was praising the previous map, Fear and Faith, for having like points of elevation and choke points and having a little bit more depth and more complexity in the center. Here, my biggest criticism of Exarch is how open it is. It is very open in the center of the map. As you can see here, we have a Zelnaga tower, we have some line of sight blockers and some rocks in the corner, but for the most part it's a very open center, and that's kind of where my main criticism did lie. Outside of that, the layout is very similar, where you have your initial 4-base setup, and then you have these rocks that you can knock down to gain access to the other corner of the map. This does feature a unique reverse base where you have the mineral patches actually facing the ramp coming into the natural. So this is just almost never seen, right? This is almost never seen, this natural base layout, which I do appreciate the ingenuity here. Likewise, the natural base, because of this, is more exposed. The mineral line specifically is more exposed because of the distance between the ramp and the mineral line. It's not like you can set up like siege tanks to hit from the low ground. It's too far away. Like it would be, the low ground position is just too far away, so you have to push up the ramp. That does help defend the mineral line at least, as it does force the opposing army to push up into the natural. And because of the mineral walls here, you can freely mine them out and then expand on the edges to the 3rd and 4th locations. So you have a bit of a safer way to expand and rotate defensively between your 4 bases, but the central natural is more exposed than normal. And for the most part, like, so we have our secure like 4-base setup. Again, the 5th base is going to be the big challenge to take, getting a 5th base forward. But again, my biggest criticisms were mainly the center of the map, and as a result of that, like the inability to like push across the map and engage in the center of the map as well, which I believe Avix has been looking to adjust. But I'm most curious to see what the other judges had to say as well. Let's have a look. Let us hear bam from the other judges. Okay, Exarch would be dynamic. So what did we say? Interesting use of speed zones. Oh right, I forgot to mention that, but we have speed zones in the aqueducts as well. Interesting use of speed zones to assist with worker scouting. I do have concerns regarding how open the center of the map is. It will make it difficult to push across the map in a diagonal spawnlet scenario, which would in turn promote more defensive play. Regardless, I hope to see games played on this map in the future. So my comments. Interesting that we were reversed here, where Fear and Faith I gave a 3 and Judge D gave a 4. Here, I rated Exarch more higher, and then Judge D did rate Exarch more lower, which I would understand. I think I understand the rationale when it comes to the center, but we'll see what he had to say. Interesting way of combating 4-player spawns. While many elements seem to quote-unquote work, I'm not totally sold on it. So, sorry, I'm not totally sold it will be fun or balanced, with it being mostly flat ground and dense expansions. Okay, this is basically in reference to what we mentioned when it comes to how open the center is. This is just another way of phrasing that. Natural layout is interesting and potentially functional. What a way to word that. So you know what, this natural, the way that you've made it, I think it works as intended. It does. It is functional, though it is very congested and awkward with mid to late game armies. I think that's in reference to defensive rotations between 3rd natural and 4th base. Avex, you have succeeded in making a functional natural. Let's go. You have succeeded. Judge C. Wild map. Feels like Insta-Veto one, unfortunately. Might be too big and too open. I don't think the how large it is should factor in. If that was the case, then Judge C would have reflected that when it comes to the other larger maps. But once again, too open, despite it being 2 words, this goes in line with what we said previously as well, regarding how open the center is. Judge B. Overlords can enter into the speed zones at the edges. Cute. Blink Stalkers can easily blink into naturals. Beware. Wait, what? What? I guess I understand. So what he's saying is that due to how thin and how accessible these mineral walls are, Blink Stalker aggression can come in from these angles. I guess that's what he's referring to. I would argue that because the main base is behind the natural, this still makes for an easier defense. What I mean by that is that usually there are like aggressive rotations to go further into the main. Here I feel like the aggressive rotations towards the main base are a little bit more limited. Obviously, I feel like map vision and map awareness is going to be crucial when it comes to scouting for Stalker positions, whether they push here onto the top side or to the south side. But I don't see this map being overly Stalker abusive compared to other maps we have seen in the past. But I think I understand what they're saying here in the sense that there's like the northern and southern like attack angle into the natural. There's nothing I can do to adjust the Stalker concern. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's fine. It's fine, Avex. It's not. I understand where the comment comes from. But so I guess what I should emphasize is that due to the lack of ability to apply pressure to the main base, your main army is going to be at the natural anyway. Like your main army is going to be situated here regardless. So Stalkers having what's a better way of putting this? Stalkers having multiple ways to hit the natural doesn't change the army is going to be in the natural anyway. Right? Like you're like it's like, yo, I can like juke and jive and like do all these flips, and it's like, but the end location is the same, right? The end point, the attack vector is still like the same location. So like as the defending player, like you should still be able to maintain yourself and maintain your position. We typically do kind of have more concern when it comes to more Blink Stalker aggression when there's like multiple different attack paths, and when it is more difficult to kind of rotate between them as the defending player, right? Issues with Exarch was really has really been how difficult it is to get across the map, cross spawn, and how close the naturals are to each other. On close spawns, the goal of the map is to be very aggressive 4-player map that's easy to scout on. Okay. Hope the new center helps with it. Like a Reaper walls. Should fix one of the walls in the main. It's a bit jank. I believe there's no Reaper cliff into the... no. Yeah, there's no Reaper cliff into the natural, but this is very similar to, if I'm not mistaken, it's very similar to Fear and Faith. To be fair, I think Fear and Faith has one Reaper cliff into the natural, right? I think Fear and Faith has one Reaper cliff coming into the natural, and then has a very similar main base here. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe there is no Reaper cliff, or is there? Is this a cliff? No Reaper cliffs into the natural. Yeah. I think Fear and Faith has one Reaper cliff into the natural, which does help with that. For sure. One moment here. I'll check the new updated version of Exarch. I'm curious to see what you've done with the center. As I feel like that's been the consensus amongst the judges is the openness of the center. But I understand the goal. I understand now with your comments that the goal was to allow for more aggression. Okay. Aye. So we have thrown down all the speed and slow zones. Now, specifically, I believe with the location of these speed and slow zones, they help with certain rotations. They hinder when it comes to others. So when it comes to horizontal spawns and vertical spawns, these zones will actually help rotations or help pushes, right? So if you're pushing from this natural to this natural, the speed zone is going to assist you when it comes to pushing forward towards that central location. But when it comes to cross spawn specifically, that's where the slow zones come into play. That's where the slow zones will be hindering your army specifically. So I think I mentioned this to you before, but I do appreciate that the intentionality of the speeds and slow zones and the situations where they come into play, where again the speed zones, they help aggressive factors when it comes to close spawns, but when it comes to cross spawn, like that's when slow zones do like influence like your army movement. But that's a way to add a little bit more complexity to the center without adding like points of elevation. Interesting approach. It's an interesting way of doing it for sure. Honestly, I haven't been seeing many Reaper openers. If it's CVP, Protoss has opened very aggressive early, so Clemson opening for more Marauder instead. Yes and no. So if you're curious about the meta in TVP, very often you don't open Marauder, you don't open Reap. I mean, depending on the map, and because this map is so large, a lot of Terran players have just been going Rax Expand. I can see like on this map, Rax Expand into Marine, into scouting with the Hellion. You don't scout with the Reaper. You're correct in saying that we've been seeing less Reaper openers as of late, but it does depend on the opener itself. It does depend on the map. On the flip side, we have seen like double gas openers mixed in, double gas into Reaper Hellion. Like there's a lot of variety when it comes to TVP openers. So I would say that Marauder openers, you see it like maybe like 20% of the time, and then you see like double gas like your reacted Reaper Hellion, then you see like no scouts, like no scout, no Reaper, you just go for the later Hellion scout instead. There's a lot of variety when it comes to the openers, but it depends on the map itself, like the aggressiveness or the greed of the map, and what that like incentivizes does kind of dictate how Terran players have been opening up. So specifically for TVP, the fact that there's no Reaper cliff into the natural, I mean, in recent times we've just been seeing zero Reaper scouting to begin with, on these larger maps specifically. That is true, but despite that, and as a result, we just see reliance on scouting with the Hellion or reliance on scouting on the Widowmine drops instead. That's for TVP specifically. For TVZ, this is maybe a little bit more difficult. Actually, I think the main base is large enough that in TVZ, you should be able to get a scout off. Referring to like early game, referring to like early gases, like for example, like Shin, Solar, a lot of the Korean Zerg players have been going for earlier gases and earlier Roach Warrens and earlier Roach All-ins. But I think the natural might be large enough to be able to get a scout off. I don't know if we'll be even seeing Roach All-ins on Exarch anyway. Like, true. But yeah, it's an interesting approach. It's a mix, depends on the path you take. If you take a direct path, you might get slowed first before getting sped up. I mean, this map specifically. Oh, okay. Protoss have been poking with 2 Stalkers and denying the on-location CC. I see. If that's the case, then it would make sense to open Marauder to punish the Stalkers, for sure. That does make sense. But okay. It's definitely an interesting map here. It's interesting to see how the voting for the judges or the scoring from the judges differed, comparing this map to Fear and Faith. And again, a lot of it does come down to like how the center was constructed. But this is another example of like, you can give feedback, you can still give a map like high rating, give feedback, and have faith that the map will take that feedback in and be adjusted and changed, instead of being overly harsh on certain maps where a thing can be changed. Like imagine, like I think a good example of that is like the guy who rated Dream and Scars poorly because of the high ground pocket base, acting like that could never be changed. Like what? Like if that were to be a big issue, I don't think it is. Based on the games we've casted, and we've casted a lot of games on Dream and Scars, like that's never been an issue. But even if that was an issue, like that's something that can be taken on board and adjusted. I don't think that necessarily warrants like a poor rating. Obviously there are like design and like overall design issues where it does warrant a bit of a lower score for sure. But like if there are like things like that, like I don't know. Up next, where are we dropping? Up next, we have Defender's Lab. Okay. We found Defender's Lab, at least in our tournaments, be quite popular. We've been seeing a lot of Defender's Lab. I don't know how popular it was during the Wardy events. Have fear and faith. See, Pappy, see. Popular Wardy suit? Yeah. It's very popular. Let's have a look here. Defense Lab, it's just a solid map. It's just well done. Bam, there you go. Okay, so Defender's Lab. Defender's Lab does have a relatively standard kind of base layout. I will say that something that we did experience in our games, in our tournaments, is just how the area here, bam. So the area outside of the natural does seem to be very large and very abusable. We have been seeing a lot of Terran players take advantage of this area and take control of this area outside of the natural, and the space here might be a little bit too large. I think I might go that far, but I'm also, like, my perspective is a little bit skewed because I've only seen a couple of games on this map, and we have seen this area be quite a contentious location, but only in a handful of games played. I don't know if that's really too much to really, you know, have like a convinced opinion of. When it comes to the third base, you have our third base here pushing forward in towards the fourth location. There's a lot of speed zones, a lot of side blockers, a lot of rocks as well. I do love the use of all of that terrain in the center of the map. When it comes to speed zones, rocks, side blockers, I think it's really well done. I think it's really interesting. As I mentioned, though, I think my biggest concern now, which I don't think I reflected in my judge comments, but after seeing games, is this area here. I think maybe even just like the wider, I think I did bring this up actually in my judge comment, like the wider entrance coming from the northern entrance does seem a little bit, maybe a little bit excessive, and the distance between this third base and this area here is a little bit longer, but we'll see what we said. Let's go. This is for Defender's Lab. It should be standard macro. Okay. Very interesting placement of speed zones, allowing for these were our comments. Very interesting placement of speed zones, allowing for faster army rotations and harassment. I also appreciate the addition of high yield gases to punish overly defensive play. Because of this, I think that the wider ramp leading towards the natural can be reduced a bit in size. Yeah, this is the comment that we made about the entrance into the natural. The map itself already has plenty of aggressive options and angles of attack. So that was like one of our big comments regarding Defender's Lab. Here, too many straight lines across the map that will not lead to interesting pathing or engagements. That was a big criticism from Judge D. Interesting. So he said something about straight lines on at Attorney's Edge, which I think we agreed with. Here he's bringing it up on Defender's Lab. So let's jump in. Too many straight lines. So let's have that top-down perspective. So we have our main, natural, third. We push forward with the fourth base. So I believe he's referring to the idea of gaining that forward fourth location, then pushing forward directly. Pushing forward. I would say I would push back against the idea that this leads into like boring movement and boring engagements, because that's where the speed zones come into play. That's why I was saying earlier how I was praising the use of speed zones, because they allow for aggressive rotations and flanks to be favored, which can add for run-bys, counterattacks, or even engaging with the main army as well. But I think this is the main critique here, is the direct path across the map into the area here. I think I might even say that, I mean, that also factors in how crucial this specific area outside of the natural is. We mentioned earlier how this area has been abused before and has been taken advantage of before, and that kind of goes in line with this base location as well, at least a little bit. But at the same time, like, we have the rocks as well to slow down pushes. We have the more narrow choke point here. When it comes to like 4-base setup and mid-game play, yeah, I would say, like, again, the purpose of these speed zones and the purpose of the terrain is meant to incentivize like rotating more so than these head-on pushes. But like, it's hard to really say how players will make use of them. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just, you know, path of least resistance. Maybe they just turtle up, build up on 4 bases, and then just go across the map, and they just don't even care. I like to believe that there's enough here to maybe deter and delay. I like to believe. Looking at this, feels very easy to split. Maybe that's just me. Very easy to cut in half. Splits, I don't think I would say splits. I would say your 4-base setup is pretty secure though. Like your main, natural, 3rd and 4th base. These like the high ground 4-base setup is relatively secure. I mentioned earlier that this area here is a little bit more abusable and exposed. I would say it would be difficult if we're talking about splitting the map, maintaining this base on the right hand side and even this base here, I think would be difficult. I think there are enough angles of attack to like harass and counterattack. I do agree that your 4 bases are pretty straightforward though. But yeah, so Judge D's main concern was just like, I believe was just the main direct attack path from 4th base to natural. And the grid-like pattern of the map itself. All right, what did Judge C have to say? Solid macro map, no issues except for lighting slash texture lighting slash yellow texture tiring on the eyes. I agree. As in, I agree with this critique about the visual. If you've been watching us as of late, whenever we cast on Defender's Lab, I would say that the yellow grid, it's not very visually appealing and it is tiring on the eyes. Group B, what did Group B have to say? Bam, nothing. Group A, he's right there with him. Once again, we do have they both of like minds. Nothing to say but very different opinions. 3 out of A, 4.2 out of B. Lovely. Shout out to Judge A and B. They have a way with words. They just have a way with them. So much to say. All right. What was our next map? But in general, so when it comes to in practice or when it comes to tournaments featuring this map, it has been quite popular. We've been seeing a lot of players embrace Defender's Lab. They've been enjoying, I mentioned this earlier, but at least in our experiences, Defender's Lab and Sanctuary have been some of the more popular maps from the players that they've been willing to compete on and play on. All right, what's next? Up next, we have Old Sun Temple, another 4-player small map. Let's go. Old Sun Temple. I feel like Rorschach is more abusable for offense. For sure. I would agree. But it's also a smaller map as well. I would consider Rorschach to be a rush map. So I would judge Rorschach differently than Defender's Lab, because in my mind, Defender's Lab is meant to be more of a macro map, like more of a standard map, like a mid-game map, whereas Rorschach, I feel like, favors aggression, is meant to be more of a rush map, right? Like, so, at least in my mind, when I look at those two different maps, like, I have different criteria for how they should be and kind of what I judge more harshly on, right? Because one of them is meant to be aggressive, and the other isn't. So, like, you approach it in different ways. But up next we have Old Sun Temple. Okay, so I believe this was the map that I didn't rate too highly. So Old Sun Temple is another 4-player small map. Now, if you recall, we've seen a couple of these maps already. We saw Exarch and we saw Fear and Faith, right? We saw these two maps that have a unique way of scouting when it comes to the the aqueducts or like the monorail system connecting each of the corners of the map, but more importantly, they specifically have their own corner of the map cut out for them, right? They have their 4 bases, and then there's like a distinct space in between their 4th base and the would-be other corner of the map with the 5th, 6th, and 7th expansion, right? There's like very much so like an area in between them, and it makes it more difficult to expand and more difficult to take more bases because of that, which I don't think is a negative thing, by the way. Whereas here we have Old Sun Temple, another 4-player spawn map. Now this time we have speed zones in the center. We don't have that monorail system, so we have speed zones in the center for scouting information, but more importantly, the map is more condensed. You can see for yourself here, the bases are all next to each other. They're all interconnected. So the idea of taking a 4th, and then a 5th, and then a 6th, and then a 7th is much more natural here. So I would say it's easier to get up to more bases. I would say it's easier to also turtle up and defend on more bases as well. I will say that this is a much more turtle heavy map compared to the other 4-player spawn maps, which I would say is a negative thing. It's already a large map, you already have multiple spawn locations, but this map does favor turtle heavy play, and typically I don't look too fondly on maps that do favor turtle heavy play, and I would kind of place this as a map more so than the other 4-player maps that kind of lean towards that kind of style. But we'll see what the judges had to say. This is for Old Sun Temple. So here, I think I rated it lower than any other judge. I gave it a 3, which is like average. Here, as opposed to the other 4-player spawn maps submitted to this TLMC, Old Sun Temple has a much more direct road to 5+ expansions. We just spoke about that. Due to the terrain and ease of expanding, I'm concerned that this map favors defensive play too greatly. I just kind of went over that. We then had Judge D. What did Judge D say? Another 4-player spawn map that I think technically works. Okay. He's all about that functionality. With the mineral and rock walls. Assuming vertical spawn disabling is functional and players understand it, well constructed and close spawns don't look overly defensive or aggressive. Cross spawns look like they may lean pretty passive / defensive. So he does touch on it here. Cross spawns look like they lean pretty passive / defensive. I agree with that. I think I would go as far as those to say that even close spawns do favor that as well, at least more so than the other maps. That's like my perspective. I believe the rush distance is shorter on this map for close spawn compared to the other maps. That is true, but because of the terrain, because of the high ground, the rocks, and the choke points, like it's still, I would say that this comment here about defensive play is applicable to all spawn locations, not just cross spawn. At least that's my perspective. Okay, Judge C. Looks like a standard 4-player spawn map, but too turtly. Not great, not terrible. So once again, it's basically the same kind of sentiments here, is that it is very defensive. Judge B. Very cute usage of spawns, unexplored territory. Huh? Spawn asymmetry risks abound. Oh, beware. Well, this is not the first time he said beware of the stalker aggression. Beware of spawn asymmetry. Okay. Beware for Judge B. True. It's his word. It's the word of the judging process. Yeah. Interesting. He rated it very highly. I don't know if this comment justifies the high score that he gave it, but he did give it a very high score for this. Interesting. Judge A. It's a man of many words. He just couldn't contain himself. 4 out of 5. High score. So fun fact, it was A and B that gave this the highest scores, 4+. The other of us were a little bit more reserved. A little bit more concerned. So Judge A and B, they pushed this map through. I would say that out of all the 4-player spawn maps, I'm the least excited about this, and I'm the most concerned about it. I mean, it depends what you're looking for, obviously. You can try to make the argument that currently the meta is favoring aggression too much. and there is room for some more defensive maps, I would agree with that. But I would believe that the way that Fear and Faith and Exarch have been constructed does still allow for mid game and mid to late game play, and counterplay options as well. Like, personally, I think this is maybe a step too far, but I can see an argument made that that maybe this is necessary right now for the current meta, just so we can force some longer games. Like, if you believe the current situation of the meta to be too extreme, because from what we've been seeing in the current meta, like, we've just been seeing a lot of short games recently. When I say recently, I mean over the past 4 months, maybe 5 months at this point. Like, over the past 5 months, mid to late game has been more and more rare. But that's also because of the map pool, but also because of the current meta as well. It's also one of those things where there have been rumors that a patch is in the works, and the patch is on the horizon, and that will change things for sure. But it's hard to really, it's hard to like predict what a patch would be and try to like construct a map pool with those kind of predictions. Like, we have to work with what we have, right? So we can't like assume as to what the patch would entail and how things change. We just have to kind of approach things with what limited information we have. So I can see like an argument for a map like this, but personally I think this is like one step too far. Cheese is already extremely strong. Yeah, that's what we mentioned, right? Like, I would agree in the sense that like aggression in cheese right now is quite prevalent, but I still would want to. I still don't think that we've reached a point where we need to like see like as extreme of a map like this. Personally, at least. Personally. Like, we haven't hit, you know, break glass in case of non-stop cheese, and we just get like hyper defensive maps. Like, I don't think we reached that point. I'd push against that. But here we go. Up next we have Washout. Okay. So here on Washouts, this is a map that was submitted in TLMC 21. Now we're seeing it here in 22 as well. Does have some unique features. I remember this map, I think my phrasing was that this map doesn't excite me. Like, it's pretty solid in what it is, to be fair, right? We have our main, we have our natural. Actually, we can just go into it. We have our main base, we have our natural, we have this area outside of the natural that is a little bit more accessible, but there's a choke point, right? As opposed to Defender's Lab, I would say that this area here is a lot more standard, as in like we have our choke point coming up the ramp, we have a bit of a wider entrance here, but for the most part the distance between this base and the third base is pretty reasonable to be able to go back and forth and defend these two locations. We have our standard third base location as well. Likewise, standard entrance, and then we have our fourth base. So linear fourth base, this is where things start to get a little bit more interesting, where we have hybrid expansions. We have a hybrid base here as the fourth base, we have another hybrid base here, and we have another hybrid expansion here as well. So we have 3 hybrid bases, all lined up with each other, and the same is on the other side. Bam. We also have our 3 hybrid expansions. So we have all these hybrid bases. What is interesting here is that, as you can see, you can knock down these towers. You can knock them down and you can destroy these mineral patches. Previously, you could destroy the high yield patches. In recent times, though, that was switched, and now the high yield patches are safe and you can destroy regular patches instead. Personally, I do like the idea of having options, having aggressive harassment options. So when you're coming in with like a Ling run by, or with a Zealot run by, or with like a bio drop, when you hit a base, typically you have a couple of options. You can go for worker damage, you can deny a base or kill an expansion, or you can, it's typically like one or the other, but the idea of having another option of destroying mineral patches is nice. Like, I like the idea of like having like an alternate way to apply pressure and to deal aggressive and harassing damage to an expansion. So I do like that idea that you have like options as to how you want to like deter some of the economy or deter some of these bases. I do think that's nice. That's a nice option to have. Outside of that though, like the map layout is like, at least from my understanding, was pretty straightforward. You can knock down these rocks, you can open up the center a little bit more. I'll be honest, I actually haven't seen these towers come into play. Like, we've casted a decent chunk of games on Washout, but we haven't seen any mid game. This goes in line with what we said earlier, how right now we are seeing a lot more aggression, and we haven't, at least I've yet to experience like a mid to late game on Washout yet. So I haven't seen players like embrace these bases and take advantage of them as things stand at the moment, which is a shame. Have you been seeing more shorter games? Some of these, how do you destroy those minerals before they even take the base? I mean, I would say that it's either you destroy those towers ahead of time, or actually, like for example here, you can drop behind the patches. Like, you can drop behind the expansion and just attack the tower directly. But I agree that you can do the same thing here, where you can drop here and then like attack this. But I agree, specifically for this tower, it is more difficult to actually engage. For the others, though, they're more accessible, right? For the others, they are a lot more accessible. But for this one, I agree. Like, it's a little bit difficult to punish. All right, what did our judges have to say? Let's find out. This is for Washouts. Okay, we gave it a 3. The Trustable Towers is a unique idea. However, it only comes into play in longer games. It is a nice option to have as a harassing player, but I don't know how impactful it will be. I stand by that. Like, we just haven't really seen games last long enough to actually see the hybrid expansions like be made use of at the moment. At least in the limited games that we've seen so far, that I've seen. Judge D gave this a higher rating, gave it a 4. Solid layouts with overall interesting pathing and expansion choices. Defensive rotations are a little boring, straight lines between bases. This is not the first, he keeps saying this, which I'm not opposed to. I don't know if I mean, he's not being harsh in it either, to be fair, but I understand the sentiment of having a little bit more terrain or a little bit more complexity to your initial like 3 and 4 base setup. I understand it. I'm not sure how much the cooling towers will actually be used. Could end up being pretty fun, or sorry, pretty run-of-the-mill. This is similar to what we said, where he's like, I don't know if it'll actually be used. Meanwhile, we said, I don't know how impactful it will be. like as in, like we just haven't seen it too much. So looks like we have similar ideas as to how impactful or how used it's going to be and how often we get games into that kind of game state. Here we have Judge C. Nice simple layouts. Not a fan of both fort bases being mixed, and the cooling towers doesn't do much here. Zerg needs 4 3x buildings or 3 position queens to wall off the natural, but map is quite big. Interesting. This is also talking about like he's not, but once again we have another critique here of like, are we going to be seeing the cooling towers really like impact things too much? Sorry, Judge B. Gave it a 3.9. Says nothing. Beautiful. A 3.5 also says nothing. We do love it. Can only assume what they had to say. Let's go. Up next, what do we have? Up next we have all maps. So we're actually just now finishing. So we have Old Sun Temple into Washout into Storm Surge. That is the final 16th map. Okay. Storm Surge. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that Storm Surge made it through. I'm curious what everyone had to say about Storm Surge. I'm curious. This is also a resubmission. This is a resubmission. Where is my Storm Surge? Bam. Okay. So we have Storm Surge. Storm Surge has an interesting layout. I think initially my critique of this map was the area in between the natural and third base seems it could be abused a little bit too much due to tank positionings. That was my concern. And I think I was a little bit too concerned about the trajectory of the bases themselves. This reminds me a little bit of, God, what was the previous map called? Not Defender's Lab. Lockdown. It reminds me of Lockdown a little bit. How you can take your third base, you can expand on the right hand side and expand on the high ground and then push forward across the map. I remember that being one of my concerns here, but now comparing this to Lockdown, like there is still plenty of space in between. Like there's still plenty of room to traverse and area to maneuver to get across the map. So I don't think that's really much of an issue. I think more than anything, actually, I think the bases might be too spread out. Going into the map itself here, the idea of having your natural, then expanding here to the third, and then expanding further out to the fourth base, and then expanding forward or further to the right hand side, you do spread yourself quite thin. Especially with the rocks being available here at the natural, you can open this up, and it does seem like you have, like, the aggressing player has a lot of aggressive options into the natural, into the third, into the fourth base. So it can be quite difficult to maintain your bases as you expand further into the game. You might even have to take the low ground fourth base, actually, just because this base is closer to your third and closer to your fourth. So like you might want to take like these three bases instead, just to have like a bit of a more like congested like army and a more like just closer rush distance in between all these bases. That might be the go-to. Just expand on the low ground instead of taking this base up here. That might be the go-to. When it comes to the main attack path, we have our main, attack path through the center of the map. This area here, I believe you can still set up tanks and you can still actually hit this pathway in between the bases. That was my concern, is that you can like set up some siege units here, lurkers, tanks, what have you, and you can punish any rotations from the defensive player. That was my concern. And I believe you can even set up tanks here that can hit the Nexus, or they can hit the expansion. So this area here can be quite abusable if an opposing player can get here. We have been seeing some all-ins on this map, some successful all-ins push in towards the third base. We have seen that already, but again, we only have limited data when it comes to like games on this map itself. But we'll see what our judges had to say for Storm Surge. Okay. Bam. So I gave this a 3. I still have reservations regarding the abusable area in between the natural and the third locations. However, I'm excited to see the Storm Surge feature utilized in competitive play. Oh, this is... If you remember, this is in regards to the push and pull factor, which is not a part of the TLMC map. So that is outdated. But so for those that are unaware, there is a version of this map that you might have seen already, which has like a push and pull factor here in the center, where the tide kind of pushes or pulls you, depending on depending on the direction of your army. That is not here, though. That is not a feature of this map. That's on the modded version. This is not the modded version. Just bear that in mind. But I gave this a 3, like a standard thing. Here we have Judge D. This is for Storm Surge. Overly defensive and tight with many close, easy expansions horizontally. Feels too difficult to attack the opponents in mid to late game with split map scenarios. Defensive and offensive pathing is fairly linear. I would agree with the linear fashion of the map. I would disagree with the split map scenarios. If you remember, fun fact, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of me last season. I think I gave the same critique of being able to cut the map in half and being overly defensive. I think in the last season, I underestimated the distance between bases. Here, hold on, can we... The distance here from your natural to your third to your fourth base, yes, this is all in the high ground. That is true. It's all elevated, it's all in the high ground, but it can be opened up a little bit further, and defensive rotations between your bases. I mean, we saw something similar on White Rabbit as well. Like, I had the same critique on White Rabbit. I was like, oh, like the bases seem too safe and too secure, but players had a really hard time on White Rabbit rotating against aggressive armies. Here, I think what I would say though is that aggressive rotations are limited. They're limited because of these ramps. If these ramps were wider, the idea of an army rotating back and forth from side to side would make a little bit more sense. I think that these narrow ramps do limit and hinder army movement quite heavily. Was that other critique? Our other critique, I think, previously was having a high yield base here, like having like high yield gases. So then you can, if a player does try to turtle up on 4 bases here, you have at least a gas advantage over that player. I think that's maybe one thing that that's maybe one piece of feedback that I should have given, specifically for like a turtling player. But I think a 4-basing player turtling up and pushing, again, I feel like this is less egregious than on the other map, than on Lockdown, just because of this area here. If you remember, the difference between these two maps, on Lockdown, this jutting out high ground area goes directly into your opponent's bases. Here, this high ground area goes directly into low ground, like into low ground and then up into the bases. Like this area here, I feel like is pretty important, as it like interrupts like army movements. But I'm looking. I think I should have brought up this a little bit, because like if I see, say, a player takes their third, takes their fourth base, they turtle up, they push through the center. Like, how do you flank from the low ground? Like these narrow pathways are brutal. Like how do you push up into the army? You don't. So you can't engage from this angle. You can't engage. I think maybe that's, I think it comes down to this. I think it comes down to limiting army movement in the center because of these narrow ramps. For sure. What did some of the other guys say? So I gave it a 3. Judge D gave it a 2.5. Judge C gave it a 4.5. Solid standard map. I wouldn't call it standard. Eternal Empire is strong in this one. Okay. Judge B 4.4, no comment. Judge A 3.5, no comment. So this was pushed forward by the guys that had nothing to say. God damn it. That's how Storm Surge made it into the top 16. Lovely. Lovely. Good job, Judge A, B, and C. Good job. I mean, obviously it's their opinion. I would at least like to know like what their thought process was here. Would be nice to know what they had to think, what they had to say. And with that, we have our top 16. With that, those were our top 16 maps here. Again, it goes from, oh no, sorry, there's one more. Rainfall also barely made it through, so my apologies. There's one more map. Rainfall. Uno más, papi, uno más. Just have to find it. Rainfall, I was very on the fence on. And by that I mean that I think I rated it poorly. It's time to crash. Yes. Time to crash. So Rainfall in my mind is like the new Tourmaline, but maybe even more aggressive than Tourmaline. So we'll get into it. So you do have to open it up. So it's just taking a little bit to load. But Rainfall has a very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here. I think one of the big criticisms that I had was one, short rush distance by ground. Two, there's this elevated position here outside of the natural, which is very accessible to the aggressing player to wedge themselves in between your natural, the third, and the fourth base. On Tourmaline, at least your third base is on the same plane of elevation as your natural. So at least it's on the same plane of elevation, but here it's not. Right here it's on the low ground, so it makes it even more abusable, the area in the high ground, I mean. So aggression's even more favored, even compared to Tourmaline. 1 moment. Sorry, we're still loading the map. It's all that rainfall. It takes a while to load in. Oh, that rainfall. Likewise, the third base is very open. As you can see here, it's very open third location. Likewise, an open linear third base as well. But again, our issues mainly came from the area leading in towards the natural. What did I rate this in the end? Let's have a look here. Rainfall, rush map. It wasn't even categorized as rush. There it is. Yeah, we gave it a 3. Gave it a 3. I guess while the map editor loads, we just go over what we said. So our comments here, we were judgy. The 2 third base options seem difficult to defend due to their low ground locations. Oh, there you go. You can hear it. We're in Rainfall. So again, our big concerns here was we have our main base leading into our natural. Our main concern was how open the third base was here, was how accessible this area here on top of the, or in between all the bases are, and the low ground linear third base as well. Oh. Pushing across the map. Again, short rush distance by ground, aggression's favored. But I'm curious to see what the other judges had to say. Bam. Okay, so the 2 third base options seem difficult to defend due to their low ground locations and wide attack paths. The elevated position in between the bases also seems very abusable. Aggression will be favored on this map, however, the narrow bridges will help the defending player engage ahead of time, and once the Zerg debris expires, the map will open up for more flanking opportunities. Gave this a 3. Judge D gave this a 3 as well. Overall solid, but not loving the freshness of the map. What does that mean? Yo, the map is too fresh for me, papi. It's too fresh. Many straight lines and linear defensive movement between the first 4 or 5 bases, making it not very unique. Personally, I don't think the 4 and 5 base setup is going to come into play here, but sure. Lots of treacherous ramps and tight lanes to traverse when crossing the map. So it looks like Judge D, he had a little bit more criticism in regards to a higher base count, in regards to also the narrow nature here of the center of the map. That's only, I would say that's only applicable to the bridge area, just because the map does open up a little bit further once the debris gets knocked down. Interesting. All right, what else did we have from our judges? What do we hear out of Judge C? Judge C gave this a much higher rating. Solid standard map? This is a rush map. What are you talking? Solid standard map. No big issues anywhere. Gave it a 4.3. Is this another example of where the judges that don't say anything push it through? Here, 4.5. Zerg rocks leave a bad taste, IMO. Excuse me. Map could have been designed so the fastest way to traverse it would be through the middle choke points without needing the Zerg debris. They feel extra. It is not bad, it just feels like designer didn't want to bother doing it. What? Who is this guy? So it looks like he wants a faster rush distance across the map. Like he's critiquing the Zerg rocks. And if they didn't exist here, then he could just ignore the bridges and have an even shorter rush distance, which I think would be a negative thing. Like the idea of having these rocks here elongating the rush distance even a little bit, I think is a positive aspect of the map. Interesting. Okay. Nah, it's the designer. They just didn't bother. True, just didn't bother. Group A, sorry, Judge A. Standard? What? There's nothing standard about this. What are we talking about? What are we saying? A and C, solid standard map, Pappy. What are we saying right now? Oh, good. Actually, you know what? Do you see this? I don't know if the text is large enough for you. Solid standard map, solid standard map, solid standard map, solid standard. That's how he starts most of his comments. God damn it. Ah, no. He's copy pasting it, map. Yeah. Anyway, so, and that's the final map. That's the final map here added in. Obviously the judges are anonymous. I said it before. I'm Judge E, so I'm Judge E. I think for the most part, I don't know who Judge D is, but I think we did differ a couple of times, and we did prioritize different things in different moments. But I appreciate, I've said this before, I appreciate that there are at least comments here that give you an idea as to what their thought process was, so you can understand where certain scorings came from, even if I personally disagree with them, or even if I personally feel like some things were prioritized too much than others, or some things were overlooked. At least the comments do give you an idea as to where that opinion came from and where the score came from. So I appreciate whoever Judge D was. I appreciate their work, and I appreciate that just like us, like they had a comment for everything. That had a comment for everything. So I do appreciate that. Judge A and B, as you can see here, they barely said anything. They just threw down some numbers, Pappy. I think what was a little bit concerning about me, something that Judge A had over Judge B, is that it feels like Judge A was a little bit more critical. I don't know if you noticed something, comparing the judges here. Judge A, we have a 5, we have a 3, we have some 2s as well. We have some 2s, we have some 1.5s. Like Judge A, even if he didn't really have much to say, like clearly here, like he was opinionated in some way when it comes to certain things. I don't know if I noticed something immediately for Judge B. Judge B often didn't say anything, but look at how high these scores are. 4, 4.6, 4, 4.4, 4.4, 4.3, 4.2, 4. Like, look at all this as well. This is all like high 4s. Like he is so generous when it comes to a lot of this scoring here. He's got 1 2.5 here, and then he's got like a 2.5, a 2, a 1. He's got like 3 or 4 low ratings, but he is so generous. To the point, but he also didn't justify any of this either. It's crazy. So again, a bunch of high scores out of Judge B. Judge C, he was kind of middle of the road. I like, he had some weird comments at times. Like Judge C had some weird things to say at times. For the most part, I will say that I think we all still agreed on most of what was good. I don't think there was any big disagreements except towards the end. I should also emphasize that when it comes to top 16, it was very close. You can see it on the left hand side. I'll leave the link here. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you want to link to the spreadsheet yourself. Bam, it's public. Spreadsheet is public. You can have a look at all of us. But you can see here, this is how close the scores were. So top 15 was 3.58, 16 was 3.58, 17 3.56, 18 3.55, 3.55, 3.54, 3. Like there were decimal points in between each of these maps. And what's a little bit like sad about that is that because of that, whoever this Judge B was, because he was so generous, he was able to push forward some maps that otherwise I feel like weren't ideal. I mean, it was quite close. So like so many of these maps were very, very close here. I can see Water Garden was close, Stinger, Roughneck, Rust Belt as well. We had some very, 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 very close maps that barely didn't make it through. Personally, and you can see here based on my judging these two, I would have liked to have seen Water Garden and Stinger more than Rainfall, for example. Like I'm shocked that Rainfall made it through, but overall, like I don't think any of the maps were awful that made it into top 16. I think for the previous season of TLMC, there were some maps where I gave like a 2 that still made it through, which was like, oh my god. But for the most part, like any map that we rated, that at least my opinion was poor on some of these maps. Like they didn't really reach this area. Just more of like the middling maps did make it through. There were some situations where we had a big difference in opinion. I'm curious. So we just went through the top 16. There's a couple of them here. Silvermoon 4, 4, 2.6, 1, and then a 5. I'm curious. So hold on, I'm gonna write this down. So I want to look at Silvermoon, where I had a big disagreement with Judge D, apparently, like the two polar opposites. Scrolling down here, same with Dream and Scars. We already kind of went over that, but Dream and Scars I also rated very highly. I thought Dream and Scars was a sure thing, to be honest. Like, so hold on, Dream and Scars. What was one of the other ones? So it was Silvermoon, Dream and Scars, and there's another down here. I think this is obvious though. This is Blackshift, yeah. Yo, I love Blackshift. I stand by it. Like this was a bit of a meme from me, but I stand by Blackshift. And then there's one down here where myself and Judge D, we had rated decently well. Obviously, I was a little bit stronger opinionated. That was Guckton. Yeah. Okay. Are there any others? Maybe this one here. This is Cherry Blossom. I want to go through some of the big variances that we had. Is there any opposite ones where I rated it very low and they rated it very highly? Let's have a look. Here, yeah, there are. Here, Roughneck, I gave it 2. Rust Belt, I gave it 2. These guys almost borderline 5s. Jesus. I think that's it for the most part. See, look at this. With like Judge B, he's surrounded by red, and he's throwing down 4s and 5s and stuff. He's crazy. All right, let's go through some of them. Bearing in mind the maps we're about to go through, they didn't make it into top 16. Just catching up with the chat. I really don't understand why some of these judges just don't leave comments. I mean, I will say to give them a little bit of leeway here. This season we had less time to judge. I think last season we had like 2 weeks. This season we had 1 week. We had like 10 days. I think it was like 9 to 10 days to judge. So this season we had significantly less time. I think that's not like it's not like Wax's fault. Apparently there were like a bunch of like there were a bunch of like internal things that were slowing things down with the sponsors, with Shopify and with Monster. So that was like slowing down the whole like announcement process and everything. So it was a lot more condensed. But last season we had like 18 days to judge, and it was the same thing last season where a lot of judges just didn't say anything. But it does take a lot of time. It's a lot of work. It's straight up. It is a lot of work to go through all the maps and to have some formulated opinions and to give feedback. It is a lot of work, but I do wish that we had a little bit more feedback provided for sure. They said, sorry, I'm just catching up. They said that for this season the maps outside the top 16 will be considered for the ladder this time. I appreciate that. I do think that there are some maps that are outside the top 16 that are worth considering. One judge dropped and had to be replaced mid-judging? Whoa, what? Who was dropped? Aye. Not like this. All right. But let's go through some of these variances. And yes, there is a variance up here as well. Crazy, like a variance column. Again, exclamation mark B if you want to have a link to the spreadsheet yourselves. So you can have a look yourselves. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. Up first, Silvermoon. Okay, so Silvermoon was one of the Warcraft 3 maps. Let's have a look together here. Silvermoon does have issues. Like, Silvermoon is an example that had some issues, and I addressed them in my comment, but I believe that we could work through the issues together. You know, I'm not going to abandon the map just because, you know, there's some red flags. Like, no. We can fix it, baby. We can fix it. I wanted to believe. Hold on. So I acknowledge that there were some issues with Silvermoon, for sure. I acknowledge. That might be why there's less comments from judges. I would say no, because it was the same last season. Like, it was the same thing last season, where minimal judge comments. If it was unique to this season, then maybe, but no. It's a wider issue. But here we go. Here we have Silvermoon. If you're a fan of Warcraft, then you should be familiar with the aesthetic here of the Scourge walk across the map, cutting the map in half. When it comes to Silvermoon here, the biggest issue that I found was I wasn't fond of this. Hold on. So for Silvermoon, I wasn't fond of this. We have a very wide entrance in between the natural and the third base. So this is a very accessible area here. And it felt a little bit too much, in my opinion. I was hoping for a bit of a more narrow ramp and a more narrow entrance leading into the bases. Something else that I found very interesting myself, we had some gas expansions. Yo, this is crazy. We had some bases that were purely gas. So we had 1, 2, 3 gas guys, even a high yield gas as well. I think there was another one over here. No, just the one. Yeah, just the one. So we had some bases that were purely for gas, which is a very unique feature on this map as well. We had a narrow entrance here in the center, which you can try to engage ahead of time. Overall, I would say that the 3 and 4 base setup were pretty secure as you expanded away from your opponents. But my big concern was just how accessible the area in between the bases was, and how that would just incentivize more aggressive play, whereas I wanted more mid to late game play here instead. But I'm curious to hear what the other judges had to say. Alright, what do they say for Silvermoon? What did we say for Silvermoon? Yeah. So I love the aesthetic and the idea of purely gas expansions. My concern is that the ramp in between the natural and the third is too wide. The 3-base defense seems quite difficult, to the point that I'm concerned that we won't get to experience much mid-game and late-game play contesting mid to late game contesting the beaches, as games wouldn't last that long, especially with the shorter rush distance from natural to natural. So shorter rush distance and open expansions here. Too split of a map, many spacing and proportional issues. Too split of a map. Interesting. That warranted a 1? Spacing issues? What? So too split of a map. I think I would push against that. I would say that the idea of cutting this map in half seems quite difficult because the bases are so spread out here. If some of the expansions, if this base was on the high ground, if we had some high ground expansions, 100%, but these are low ground expansions. I would say that this high ground here is more accessible from the aggressing player, not the defender. So I would push back against the narrative that this map is easier to cut in half, because I mean, even if you situate your arm, even if your army is situated here, again, as it stands, because of the ramps, because of the entrances, like I feel like there are harassing paths here. There's a harassing option here as well. You can situate your army here to help defend your main bulk of your expansions on the right hand side, but there are other ways to kind of abuse this. So I would push back against the idea that this map would be too easy to cut in half. I would say that comment doesn't have much weight here. Based on the terrain itself. But you could argue that if my suggestion to make this more narrow and shorter and smaller, would this map be too easy to cut in half? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would agree, and I would probably say that other changes would have to be made to open this area up. All right, what do we hear from some of the others? Here, good layouts, but we have some issues. This is from Judge C. Main base is a bit exposed. Strong blink and air harass. We've heard this guy speak a lot about Blink. The main base is more open, that is true. We spoke about the terrain here outside, like hindering kind of Blink aggression to the main base. This area here, sorry, I just realized you can't see. We did bring this up when we were covering the map. Obviously, we didn't leave it in the feedback, but this area here is a way to get behind the gases and to abuse the mineral line. Is blinking in and then hugging the edge and going around. What else do we have to say? Main could be moved to the corner. Both road bases are a bit too far and too open. Rocks in front of the triangular third are helping the attacker here, increasing or interesting ultra gas base. Maybe there should be also mineral only base to compensate. Just a suggestion. I don't know if that's necessary. Not a bad map, just needs some refinement. Interesting that he says refinement when he rates it so poorly. I would say that usually if you have comments like this, it would more warrant like a 3 or something. Here, no comment from Judge B gave it a 4, and here, no comment from Judge A gave it a 4. So no comments. Lovely. They were locked in though. They were synced up. 4s all around. God damn it. Lovely. So their main concern here was, is this for Silvermoon? Yeah, it was like cutting the map in half, like the split map scenario, split map situation. Does that warrant a 1? No shot. Nah, I can't get behind it. I can't. You lost me, Pap. You lost me. You lost me, Judge D. All right. What was the other map we're going to look at? The other map was Dream and Scars. I mean, we kind of already went over it, but let's go through it again. Dream and Scars, which I believe is dynamic. I'm sick of so much Blink play. I think for the most part, all the current maps do take that into consideration. Watching on the high ground, you're able to defend a large majority. Yeah, we did mention that, how if you're on the high grounds, you can defend the bases on the right hand side. I would say that I would agree when it comes to that, like high ground positioning having to be changed or adjusted in some way. I think I would agree with that. But yeah, no shot it deserved a 1. No shot. Judge D, you lost me. You lost me. He's lost in the split. All right, we have Dream and Scars. Dream and Scars. This is another 4-player spawn map. Cross spawns only. It was what, Control H? No. Control H. There we go. Shift H. I think my big concern here was the aggressive nature of the map itself. Let's get into it. Dynamic. Dream and Scars. Okay. I appreciate the amount of variety that this brings to the table. A map leaning towards more aggression and more macro-oriented games, depending on spawn locations, is a unique idea that I hope to see showcased in the TLMC. Again, so it does force cross spawns, bear that in mind, and depending on spawn location, it would change kind of how you would approach the game. As I mentioned, one spawn location that favors more aggression, the other favors more macro play. I think that's a really unique idea and a unique concept. And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that the others kind of turned on it here. Let's have a look. Judge D. Top left versus bottom right is very interesting. Bottom left versus top right, I'm concerned about the natural backdoor gameplay / balance. Natural backdoor. This is for bottom left to top right. This, okay. So Judge D, he was concerned about this location here. So if you spawn bottom left, top right, you do have these rocks here leading into the natural expansion. He was concerned about these rocks being broken and having multiple entrances in towards the natural base. But we spoke earlier about how like aggression is going to be favored. I mean, this is kind of what we were speaking on here. But he was concerned about these rocks. I can understand said concern about said rocks. Was that his only concern? Okay. Judge C. Interesting layout. The dreams part might look standard at first, but it feels harder to play. Don't like the rocks line at the natural and the linear third high ground being so close to the natural. Oh. Feels too vulnerable. The linear third high ground being close to the natural. What? Oh, I see. Okay. So his concern was, so you have your natural, he was concerned was this linear high ground location being too close to the natural. We have seen Judge C has been very opposed to tank spots and tank positions. Oh. It's only within range of the gases though. But I understand that this position here would be abusable pushing in. For sure. Did we have that same comment last time? Judge B said nothing. Judge A worried about the ability to ever take a fourth base. We had the same sentiment last season. And the high ground pockets for one of the spawns means that if a dream drop happens, the other player is out of position, the game just ends. that was the clown comment that we mentioned earlier. True. Could make the pocket low ground or even same elevation, but it's extremely punishing in this state, especially with the ability to hide behind the mineral line when you do drop. I don't know. I think that's a really weird perspective to take on this. Talking about the drop play. I'm understanding here of specifically bottom left and top right spawns and having the exposed natural expansion. I understand. I think we had the same sentiment last time in TLMC 21. But it's a shame. It's a shame we're not going to get treatment scars. It is a shame. Blackshift we fully understood. I want to read what they had to say about Blackshift. Here. This map has so much going on. It's hard to judge. This is my comments. It's hard to judge how the games will unfold. Aggression is favored, and there's a high chance we don't even get past the mid-game. However, my one piece of criticism is the healing pad. I would hope to see an air blocker to limit its strength, especially regarding harassing oracles. So basically, Blackshift is crazy. There's like high ground in the main. There's a Zelnaga tower. There's a healing pad. We got rocks leading into pocket bases. Like it's crazy. Like I love how crazy it is. But it was like this is like a bit of a meme map, and I did not expect others to share the same opinion. Here, Judge D has a similar. I mean, he does touch on it. Fun ideas to push the boundaries, but concerned about gameplay with the main in particular. Feels like it may lead to very one-sided games or a frustrating experience trying to defend and rotate. Very tough defensive movements and many attack paths for an attacker. If the game does get past the early mid-game, the center push path is quite linear. I like the dead end base. Okay. Main too vulnerable, cannon rush. Yeah, this Judge C, he spends a lot of time talking about cannon rushes. Judge B, no comments. Judge A, no comments. Lovely. But yeah, I did not expect Blackshift to make it through, but I appreciate what Blackshift was doing. It's a crazy map. Crazy. Guckton. I'll be honest, I don't remember what Guckton looks like. Guckton was a rush map. I need a refresher of what this map looks like. I feel like Lilith is rated kind of low. We can get to it, sure. Oh, I remember Guckton. This was like alongside Blackshift, where Guckton was a really bold map. If you remember, Guckton has a pocket expansion here with the destructible debris, the Zerg debris here. So we have a pocket base with the destructible debris. Up here we have a third expansion as well with all these rocks on the right hand side. I remember having a really hard time judging this map because I loved how weird it was, but it was maybe too weird, and it looks like the other judges, they were like, nah, it's too much. It's like basically there are rocks all over the place securing your initial 3 bases, but obviously these rocks eventually open up. They eventually open up, and then the bases become very open as time goes on. As time goes on, the map opens up quite heavily. So this is a very chaotic map, very chaotic. We have the drop locations here off to the side, which we were trying to make sense of as well. Like, this had some like Blackshift vibes to it. Let's have a look. These were some of my bolder picks, much bolder. I appreciate the unique concepts. The unique concept of this map, the initially defendable 3-base setup, which opens up over time and makes use of the space behind the bases. Bearing in mind this was a rush map, of course. However, I'm concerned about the tank positions outside of the natural, in which case they can hit gas geysers the base and mineral patches. It seems like Protoss players will be forced to take the pocket base in PvT. Here we had Judge D, who gave it a 3. Loving the unusual terrain. So I appreciate that Judge D, he was willing to go along with it. Willing to. Unlike on Blackshift. Loving the unusual terrain with 2 sides concept. Concerned about the fun aspect of gameplay with possibly overly abusable natural/third bases, tank spots, numerous tank angles, and locations for Nidus and drop play, combined with a tight main base, making defensive rotations challenging. Balance-wise, it's tough to say. Hard to see Terrans complaining, but also has a very open third. Just not sold. It will provide back and forth gameplay. I'm not sold on it either. I went for the 2 5 picks that I had for Blackshift and for Guckton. They were like Hail Mary picks. They were just crazy weird maps. I just wanted to see something crazy. Judge A gave it a 1, said nothing. Judge B gave it a 2, said nothing. Judge C gave it a 2. There may be too many entrances to the main/natural, blocked but easy to open, and may be hard to spot and defend all the entrances. I mean, I don't expect them to try to defend. We're expecting hyper aggression on Guckton, especially with both 2x ramps in the main. Air distance from the main to main feels very short. Might not be a problem though. Flow of the expansions feels like all of the action will be focused on the top side of the map. It does. Not a fan of reversed upper corner bases. Say some spots of missing no pathing paint near the main. Okay. I appreciate that Judge D was open to the idea here, at least for Guckton. Did not expect it to make it through. It was more of a mean pick. Up next we had Cherry Blossom. I think that was standard. Here. All right. Cherry Blossom. I think I remember this being. Did Cherry Blossom have the hybrid base above the main? Let's see. Remember the old version of this map? I didn't get to see the old version. Oh no, this was Cherry Blossom. Yeah, okay. This was a very open map. I mean, I say open, very spread out map is maybe a better way of putting it. Here we have our main expansion leading down into the low ground. We did have we have a pretty secure 2-base setup here with high ground pushing in. We have a high ground third, so we have a pretty standard 3-base setup. You could definitely argue that maybe the distance is a little bit longer here, but we have our 3 bases, and then that leads in towards the low ground. We have the low ground expansion on the left hand side, which is a little bit more open and exposed. I say that, I mean, we have a narrow entrance here. We have the high ground coming in. Doesn't look too bad actually when it comes to our linear base. Meanwhile, we have the northern base here as well. This is more open for sure. This is much more open, much more exposed when it comes to the northern expansion. But it's just a very large map, very large map. Through the center we have destructible towers to knock this area down. We have the elevated positions up here with more bases. And I'm surprised that the others rated this so poorly here. The one criticism that I can fully understand is just the size of the map and the distance between bases as well, making for difficult defensive rotations. For sure. I'm curious where their line of reasoning kind of fell. Let's go. Here, we gave this a 4. I appreciate the more open and exposed 4th and 5th base options to counteract the size of the map. Likewise, I appreciate how exposed the hybrid bases are and how they can be utilized if the opponent relinquishes map control and attempts to turtle up. Here we had a 1 from Judge D. Spacing and sizing improperly allocated, small corridors that are important for army movements, and huge open spaces in the middle that are unlikely to be used for engagements. Is that it? He gave it a 1? No shot. What? I agree with the idea. Wide open space is not used for army engagements. No. What are we talking about? So if we take our natural, our third, if we go for the northern expansion pattern, like what area are we discussing that won't be utilized? Maybe this area here. I would imagine that if you take this expansion, there's a higher chance that the army's going to be coming in from the high ground. But if you take this base here, then a rotation here would make sense. This area here might not be utilized. Maybe. But does that warrant a 1? No shot. No shot. Not with that rationale, I don't think. Give it a 1, pappy. Alright, up next. Linear expansions are too far. That I can understand. Like the distance between bases. Too many narrow corridors on the map. Too many? Okay. Cliff in front of the triangular third is too strong. Triangular third base. Okay. Kind of. Debris near the linear 4th base is a ramp. It's tilted, switch to normal 1. Okay, so he's saying that the cliff face in front of the triangular third is too strong. This is in reference to here. So here we have the triangular third base. I believe he's referring to, so this is when he speaks about narrow corridors. Here we have a narrow corridor coming and rotating towards the top side and towards the south side, and this cliff face will cover this area. That's true, but there's another one here, right? Like you can just, right? Am I crazy? This cliff face here does cover this area. That is true, but that doesn't stop you from rotating back and forth. Okay. How do you show judge comments? They're on the individual category tags, not the full list. Yes. So sorry, hold on. I'll show the spreadsheet. So bam, here there's a, maybe I can get rid of the overlay. I'll get rid of the overlay. I'll get rid of that. Okay. So you can see the bottom columns. You can see me highlighting there. We have the bottom columns. We have all the maps. So this is just all the maps together with all of our judge scorings on the right hand side. But if you go specifically to the category, then it shows all the comments. So you go rush, and then when you go into the rush, then we have all of our comments lined up with each other. You can see all the comments. But you have to go into like the rush category, into the standard category, macro, dynamic. So you have to find the map there first. It would be nice if it was all together, but it would be like a little bit too much data, I feel, to have it all together at once. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. All right, where were we? We were on Cherry Blossom. Judge B gave it a 3.8, said nothing. Judge A gave it a 1.5, and actually said, like, Judge A barely says anything. Okay. Lots of open space, plus rich gas and gold bases are always dangerous. Tight corridors on the sides don't flow well. He's specifically referring to, these corridors. This corridor here. And this corridor up here don't flow well. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked that they were as harsh as they were, specifically on Cherry Blossom. I feel like there have been more egregious maps that maybe they were more lenient on. But okay, it's all good. It's all good. I think I would. Nah, I was gonna say I think I might agree about like some sentiments regarding like the narrow choke points, but these narrow areas are mainly coming into play when it comes to like aggressive rotations. Like there are other more open areas that you can fall back on to have better engagements. So yeah, interesting to say the least. Maybe I'm not giving like these choke points credit enough when it comes to how difficult it would be to engage, but like in my opinion, like the map was large enough where like this wouldn't necessarily matter as much when it comes to main fights, just because you can always pull back to something that's more open and more accessible than like being forced to fight into like a choke point or like cordon off area. So interesting that they emphasized that as much as they did. The other judges, I mean. Interesting. All right, were there any other interesting variances to go through? Let's have a look. I want to go to the opposite, where maybe I rated something very poorly and they didn't. Let's see. Oh, this might be a good example. Roughneck and Rust Pelts. Let's have a look at Roughneck. Roughneck was a standard map. Standard Roughneck. Oh, I remember this. Okay. Interesting. No shot we have the guy that kept complaining about like linear attack paths rate Roughneck highly. No shot. So when it comes to Roughneck, we have our main, we have our natural, we have our third base. I think our main concerns were the main attack paths, where you push across the map. We have very, very direct attack paths that don't really have many engagement options. So when it comes to like a main push across the map, like as you're able to set up, you're able to lay siege upon the other side of these little ravines. Like the ravines are very, very narrow, so you can set up and lay siege and then push forward. And because of just how narrow these entrances are and how limited they are, it's very difficult to engage with a pushing army after they defend on 3 and 4 bases. So you can build up on your base count, you can build up your army, push across the map, and slowing down a push seems quite difficult just because of how narrow all these entrances are. Very narrow entrances and very thin kind of thin dividers between pathway and pathway. So yeah, we'll get into our comments here. So Roughneck. The bridge outside the natural seems too close to the 3rd expansion. This allows for easy defensive rotations in between the initial 4 bases. It feels like this will promote more defensive turtle heavy play on 4 expansions. Okay, so we spoke a little bit more about the initial 4 base setup. All right, that was the other thing. True. Let's have a look. We were in regards to this area here. Usually, the area in between the natural and the 3rd base is more accessible. Here, we spoke earlier about the narrow choke points and narrow rush distances. Here, it's a very narrow entrance, and it's also closer to the 3rd and further away from the natural. So it's like a non-issue when it comes to defending against any kind of attempted aggression coming in from the left-hand side, and then you can just focus your army here instead on your 3rd and 4th base. But I definitely should have brought up like the kind of like the main attack path as well. What did they say about Roughneck? Good proportion. Judge D, he likes them proportions. He likes the portions. He likes them. And space allocation across the map. Interesting. Don't love the split paths and very close 3rd and 4th bases. We spoke about the ease of defending the 3rd and 4th base. The neutral corners really help this avoid overly split map style gameplay in the late game. I don't see that necessarily. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't see that necessarily stopping split gameplay. Center is so tight and not along the rush path, making it basically useless. Not along the rush path. Would rather the I would push against that. I would say that because the center is so tight, it makes it difficult to flank an army. Makes it very, very difficult to flank. Would rather the path go through the middle and have the middle 2 bridges blocked to avoid split paths and useless mid zone. I guess I would have. He gave this a 4. Like he had nothing but negative things to say. Interesting. So he's talking about, I believe, he's talking about how these middle areas here are useless. I would agree, but I would say that's another negative aspect, is that they're useless in the sense of you cannot use these center areas to engage a pushing army. Like I don't see that happening. I don't see you being able to like accurately like flank a pushing army here. Yeah, interesting. I'll make Judge D. Alright, Judge C. Solid standard map. we spoke about this, but Judge C, he often begins his statement with solid standard map, even if it's not solid standard, but sure. Only thing I don't like is it's open at the 3rd, and the middle doesn't feel great to move through. Doesn't feel great to move through. Judge B said nothing, 4.4. Judge A said nothing, 3.5. Let's go. But yeah, I don't know, this is weird. I think Judge D's scoring feels kind of weird considering what was said about the game itself. I think they also don't necessarily take into consideration the pushing factor on this map and how difficult it is to engage and slow down an army and just the choke points as well. It feels like that was completely glossed over when it comes to Judge D's analysis. Interesting. That was Roughneck. What was the other map that we wanted to quickly check? Roughneck and Rust Belt. Okay, Rust Belt. Where we also had some disagreements. Rust Belt was a rush map. This map seems like a mech player wet dream. I mean, it helps with mech or even just standard Protoss armies, even standard bio armies as well. Just like it's just a very difficult map for any, even not just Zerg, but any army to engage a pushing force, whether it's in TVZ or even PvT, right? Like a Terran army trying to engage like a pushing Protoss force. Aye, aye, aye. Alright, Rust Belt. Oh, I remember this. Oh, God. So our biggest issue with Rust Belt, we do have our natural expansion, we do have our triangular third base, we have the area here outside in between the bases, which is more accessible. This is great. My big criticism about Rust Belt were all the slow zones. It's actually a very similar criticism that I just had on Roughneck, where here on Rust Belt, we have a very direct path across the map. And how do you engage with the army? So if we have basically, let's say we take our natural, we take our third base. If we push here, or if we push here, basically any of these linear attack paths, and I'm curious what Judge D has to say, because Judge D always complains about straightforward direct pathways, and this is nothing but straightforward and direct, because if you push through the center, how do you flank? You don't, right? If you try to, you have to flank through a slow zone, and that's the only way. Like, the only way to flank a pushing army is through slow zones, which is insane. Like, that's crazy, right? That's insane. The only way to flank an army is through a slow zone. And then they get on top of the high ground. Then they take over the high ground, and then they can just push in. So, yeah, I just like with Roughneck, I'm not too fond of the idea of the inability or taking away the ability of trying to outmaneuver, outposition, or flank a pushing army. Here, I would say that this does make for much easier just direct pushes across the map. Just like send it, A move, like there's no way for you to be surrounded or to be flanked or none of that stuff. On top of that, because this area is so thin as well, you can siege up on one side, you can attack on the other side as well. When it comes to punching any attempt of engaging the army or flanking the army, crazy, puppy, crazy. So we'll see if Judge D is consistent with what he said with his approach to some of these maps. Here, the use of slow zones and choke points is quite bold. Personally, I'm not fond of limiting / punishing army rotations and flanks in this way. So here, we left our comment regarding slow zones and regarding how it impacts the center of the map itself. Here we had Judge D. Well constructed, but not loving what the map has to offer in terms of freshness. He said this a couple of times. I don't know what this means. He's like, earlier, Judge D, he said this map is too fresh. What does that mean? Is that a bad? Do we want it to be moldy? Do we want it to be like, what are we talking about? What are we saying? Not loving what the map has to offer in terms of freshness and interesting pathing, positioning / engagements. He doesn't elaborate too much on his thoughts. Judge C, solid layout with no unfair exploits. What are we saying? What are we saying? He gave this a 4.3, by the way. Third base feels comfortable to defend, a good flow of the game. Maybe one base too much. What are we saying? Good flow of the game? Comfortable? Solid, no exploits. Okay. Judge B, 4.3, no comment. Judge A, cool use of slow zones. The center seems brutal for Zerg, but I think it works out. How does it work out? Now, I was told that that some of these judges are a little bit biased in certain ways, but I feel like we've seen that before. I feel like that's quite apparent with how they speak. I would say that this isn't just about a Zerg thing, though. This is just a general thing about engaging pushing armies. I think it's important to like make that distinction just to make sure that it isn't just regarding certain matchups. But when it comes to like flanking pushes in general, like that's applicable to PvT, that's applicable to PvP, to TvT as well. When it comes to positional play. This is seen like flanking armies and engaging from opposite sides and opposite angles is a little bit more associated with a Zerg movement because it's so movement based, but it's also applicable to the other races as well and applicable to the other matchups. So I feel like that kind of phrasing is very, I feel like, disingenuous to what this what this map does, to what this does to movement in general. Like in general, this is just a negative. I would say this is just a negative aspect of them, or a negative feature of the map, and something we would want to avoid. Obviously, I'm not saying, oh, that means we should have very open maps. Like, no, not at all. Whenever we had a map that was too open, we also did criticize it. We also did judge it harshly, as we should. But likewise, we'll do the same to maps that are like this as well. Both Rust Belt and Roughneck do apply in this way, in my opinion, when it comes to like hindering and deterring and denying any kind of like any kind of movement or maneuverability. So yeah, I don't know. Those judge comments were crazy. That was insane. Fresh has to mean novel? I would assume so, but it's just a really weird word to use when. So I should emphasize that it's a really weird word to use when you're giving critique to something, right? But yeah, let's go. I mean, who isn't biased? I think it's fine. Everyone is biased. I would push back against. I would push back against this though. I would say this is unhealthy for the game. I think that's the stronger statement that I would make. And I would also say the same about maps that are very open as well. That's my bias. Like, I guess that's my bias. Like, my bias is pushing against the extremes, like extreme chokiness and extreme maps like this that limits movement, and pushing against extreme maps that are too open as well. Like, that's my quote-unquote bias. It's pushing against like those kind of extremities, which do take things a little bit too far. How do we base on the most current generations? Yes. I know it's just a weird thing to leave in a judge feedback comment, because it's like, yo, no cap, you know, this map makes me smudge, pappy. Is that like, what are we saying right now? Like, we're trying to provide critique for the map, and we're using words like this that aren't clear in what they mean. Okay. Okay. It's just interesting. But I think that's I think those are the only maps that we did have big disagreements on. Let's have a look. No cap, this map be bussin' with the freshness, pokers. True. No cap. For real. 6-7. It's like, if that was written in a judge feedback form, I'd be like, what? What are we saying, man? What are we saying? No. Exclamation mark B. Where do you get access to the file? Link is in the chat. Oh, good. Okay. But yeah, I think that's all the. Oh. I think that's all that I wanted to look at here. There are some other big examples of any kind of big delineations. I mean, kind of like here we have sunset in reverse. I was locked in with Judgy. I'll be honest, I'm most curious as to, like, to me, I said this before, I'll say it again. I appreciate Judge D. Este Judge D, papi. Just because even if we disagree on things, I appreciate that he does at least provide his thought process in the form of comments, so we can kind of see his perspective. Even if we disagree with it, we can at least see how he came to certain conclusions. I said it before, like, there are some cases where I feel like he overestimates or underestimates certain things, or overlooks certain things, but at least you can like come to an understanding as to where certain scores came from. I would say that A, B, and C were lacking in that respect. Like, and some of them felt very clearly like biased in certain ways to a negative degree. But I would hope that but if you remember, we were also told that, like, you know, maybe it was Judge A, but one of them was like thrown in like last minute or last second, where they didn't really have a lot of time to go over certain maps. But I would just hope that, you know, moving forward, we're able to have some more feedback provided here, and have just a little bit more rationale in regards to how judges come to certain conclusions and certain results. I do think that just benefits everyone involved. The other piece of feedback that I might give Wax is, we spoke about this earlier with Avex, or we spoke about the idea of the timing of the Wardy tournament, how the Wardy tournament, how it might be better if it's pushed back until after would it be pushed back until after voting? It'd be nice if there was a period in time after we as judges provide feedback and then the tournament occurs. Just because we spoke about how a lot of people are going to be, the Wardy tournament has the most amount of viewership compared to all the other events we run, and most people are going to be judging, and they're going to be critiquing maps and basing their voting on the Wardy tournament, when the Wardy tournament does not have updated maps, right? When those are the earliest, or those are the quote-unquote freshest, if you will, the freshest iteration of those maps, the earliest iterations, when they're going to be worked on, they're going to be adjusted, they're going to be changed over the course of days and weeks, and then by the time you vote on them, the maps themselves that were showcased in the Wardy tournament are not accurately reflecting what the maps later become after all this feedback. So I do think that is an issue, and I do think that the Wardy tournament should be moved. It's hard to say though, because I understand that the timeline is really strict. I understand that they don't want the TLMC to last too long. They didn't want it to last too long. They wanted to, they want to get through it. So time is a bit of an issue, of course. Time is a factor. So that is obviously something to bear in mind as well. It's just, specifically for this TLMC, we just had very little time to work with, right? Like, we had reduced time to judge, and reduced time for everything. So it was a little bit tighter. But I do think it would benefit everyone involved if the Wardy tournament was later instead. We'll see. Voting should be the last year. It'll be judges. We provide our feedback. The top 16 are announced because of that feedback. Then we have like a week or two of like open cups featuring the maps, and then after those 2 weeks, bam, we have the Wardy tournament, and then bam, we have voting. I think that would be like the timeline, is like 1 or 2 weeks in between judge submission and in between top 16 announced and the Wardy tournament. I think that's what we're looking for, like 1 or 2 weeks in between, just to give map makers time. Maybe 1 week is enough. Maybe. I mean, obviously it's tight. Like maybe 1 week worth of time to like receive all that feedback, make changes, make adjustments, watch games, of course, as well, and then bam, Wardy tournament. That's fine. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like how much time that would be. Like how much time between finalist release and Wardy tournament. That's like 1 or 2 weeks. Like maybe 2 weeks. Like, yeah, maybe that's reasonable. Having 2 weeks in between. Then you get the Wardy event. From finalists. From finalists to Wardy tournament. That's the period that I'm looking at. But yeah, and that'll be ironed out. But I do think that would be beneficial for everyone. Even though, like, obviously the downside is that I would imagine that Wardy might push against that because he wants his tournament to feature the maps as quickly as possible. But like, I don't think that's a good enough reason to rush the TLMC Wardy tournament. because he doesn't even get them fast anyway. Like, even I'm pretty sure we already had open cups running before his event to begin with. But yeah. Otherwise, with that, we're gonna be wrapping up. Gonna be wrapping up here for the day for a 5-hour stream. Jesus, 5-hour stream. Again, there's a lot to go through. I'm probably gonna be going through a lot of this myself as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want a link to the spreadsheets. So I just saw in the YouTube chat. Highlight recently, I've been thinking it would be super cool if you did a co-cast with Winter. You two would be awesome. It's always awkward as a smaller content creator or smaller caster to approach someone that's larger. Like, I don't feel very comfortable doing that. Even though like I'm on like friendly terms and a little bit closer with, I don't know, like someone like Pig and Chanchito or someone like that. It always feels weird because obviously as a smaller creator, I have more to gain than the larger creator. So personally, like, I don't, it just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to approach someone like that and to push for something like that. Usually like it makes more sense for the larger creator to approach the smaller one, just because they're like in a like a greater position of power, or like they have like more to offer. It feels like, yeah, I know, it doesn't feel good to go to someone like, I don't know, like a Wardy or like a Pig or like a Winter or like a Loco, and ask for something like that, because you're asking for a lot there, and a lot more from them than from yourself, right? But maybe one day. No shade to Wardy, but he wasn't even reading the map descriptions. I can't speak on Wardy's handling of the cast. I didn't watch it. That's the issue. That's the issue when it comes to StarCraft, is that at least for me here on the CranKy Ducklings, because we cast twice a day every day, like, no shot, I don't have time to watch, I don't know, like, other events that are going on. Even though like for example, like I would love to watch like the Basilisk Big Brain bouts. Like, there's some really fun matches that occur there, or some Wardy tournaments, but I just don't have the time. I'm more interested in what's better for the game as a whole than one person's games, for sure. We're already getting 2 per year. Yeah. I like, ideally we have more than 2 a year, but obviously we're limited by sponsorship. So, you know, we gotta be thankful for what we have from like Monster and Shopify. We gotta be thankful. I think you could argue, you could probably argue for like 3 a year instead of 2 a year, but I think if you did 3 a year, you'd have to keep some older maps, right? Like right now, I like that every TLMC, bam, we get a fresh map pool, like 100%, like 9 fresh maps, like 9 new maps. I feel like if we start doing it more regularly, we'd probably have to like go back to the form where we have to keep older maps instead. And yeah. Let's do season 4 months. Yeah, for sure. You have to take into consideration the time it takes to actually make a quality map as well, for sure. All right. Well, otherwise, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up here for the time being. Again, the links are in the chat. I'll link it in the YouTube chat as well when it comes to the spreadsheets. And there you go. So you can have a look yourselves. Again, I don't mind saying that I was Judge E. And all the other judges are anonymous, of course. And do appreciate the time and work and effort that they put when it comes to putting into this. Once again, I reiterate that it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to go through all the maps meticulously and provide feedback. We're going to be making our own adjustments. I think this season we had 2 streams. We had 2 judging streams. I think next time we'll have 4. We'll have 1 for each category. Just 1 stream dedicated for each category. Just because at the time we were getting quite fatigued towards the end. We were getting quite fatigued towards the end of each stream, and I don't think that makes for like good analysis or good thought process. But otherwise gonna be wrapping up. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up. Again, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, do check out the judge comments yourself. And voting for TLMC will be opening soon. Sorry, I should give my overall opinions here. So we went over a little bit more in detail as to the top 16. We went over the top 16, one after the other. Wavebreaker, Verdant Temple, Lumen, Sanctuary, Blackrock, Turning Edge, Rorschach, Lockdown, Voidstorm, Fear and Faith, Exarch, Defender's Lab, Old Sun Temple, Washout, Storm Surge, and Rainfall. Personally, I mean, you already... I was curious to see if my opinion would be changed after seeing games played on some of these maps. For the most part, I'll say no. I'm less in love with like Rainfall. I'm not too fond of Rainfall. I'm very on the fence about Washout. I'm not too fond of Old Sun Temple. Out of 4-player spawn maps, I think that's a little bit too defensive and too restrictive, and I think it favors defensive turtle play a little bit too heavily compared to the other 4-player spawn maps. When it comes to Rorschach and Voidstorm, we barely get any maps played on Voidstorm and Rorschach. I want to see more games played to accurately judge how strong the healing pads are. We still have to see that. I still haven't seen that. But they're very bold maps. Very bold maps. I'll be honest, I don't expect Rorschach or Voidstorm to make it through. I would love to have one of them in the map pool, but I don't see them making it through like the voting period of TLMC. Once again, it's hard to push maps like that just because they're so weird and so awkward. Shout out to Avex and Patches for making adjustments to their maps, and for iterating on their maps, of course, and refining their maps over time as well. Very quickly, when it comes to my judging process, I do think that I gave out... So last season, I gave out 0 5s, and I was too harsh. This season, I do think that I gave out too many 5s. So next time, I'm probably going to ease back on it. I'm probably going to ease back and have like 1 5 per category or something like that. I'm satisfied with the amount of 1s and 2s that I provided. But also, I say that I gave out too many 5s. At the same time, some of these 5s are memes. like Blackshift and Guckton, they were a little bit more memey when it comes to those 5 picks, so that didn't really count. Like those are just shots in the dark when it comes to pushing for some innovative ideas. For sure. Very innovative and very wild and very crazy. Unfortunately, the other judges weren't quite locked in when it comes to trying to break the mold a little bit in that respect, which is understandable, completely understandable. But yeah, I'm probably gonna try to find a nice middle ground in between TLMC 21 and 22 and how I did approach scoring. I think last time I didn't go far enough. This time I went too far, so next time I'll find a nice place in between. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. We do have another broadcast later on tonight. Very quickly here, we do have our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our TLMC 22 finalist stream, and tonight we're going to be covering the Wardy TV Monday Open Tournament. As you can see, we're going to be covering the What's Your Monday. We have a Kung Fu Cup tomorrow. We have Pixar Cups. We have StarCraft Evolution. We have GSL. We were the only English casters, by the way, for the GSL qualifiers. And we have the GSL Round of 12 beginning this week as well. We'll be covering them over the weekend. And we also have some 2v2 content as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, plenty on the horizon. Something that we are going to do is something that I do want to do. I want to say in the next couple of weeks, maybe after voting ends, is a TLMC retrospective stream. If you're interested in that sort of thing, look forward to it. But basically, I was inspired by Timmy. I think Timmy is another map maker, and he left the comments. Like a couple of weeks ago, saying like, hey, do you have any regrets about the scoring that you provided for TLMC 21? Do you have anything that you would have wanted to have changed? I think he was maybe asking for me to be a little bit more lenient. Looking back on it, I think I'd push back against that. Context does matter, and I would. And I think the plan is, because the season is ending, we're going to go through our comments, our fears, our predictions, our feedback for last season's TLMC 21 maps, and compare them to what happened in the season of StarCraft, whether our concerns were justified, whether they weren't, and what actually happened to the meta of StarCraft, and how those maps actually played out in the meta in competitive play. For maps like Tourmaline, for maps like Winter Madness, White Rabbits, all the current ladder maps, of course, and comparing it to not just what we said, but what the other judges said as well. So we're going to do a bit of a seasonal TLMC retrospective on the current map pool in the StarCraft scene, and again, you know, kind of like what our thoughts were, what adjustments to be made, like, you know, how things transpired. We'll be doing that after the voting ends. That'll be after a TLMC voting, but that'll be in the next couple of weeks. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Gonna be a lot of fun, and going through it all. I can see Rorschach making it through. Void probably won't. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Crack Swip, you will charge everything in one stream. Have any of the high ratings changed? For myself, afterwards, I don't think we've seen enough games. To be honest, I don't think we've seen enough, unfortunately. Don't be afraid to use decimals. It'll make your scores less swingy. Maybe. I'm a little bit adverse to using decimals, but at least 0.5s I might. I think I had like 1.5 in this TLMC. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys later on tonight for the Wardy TV Monday broadcast. See you next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Take care. Take care, everyone. And best of luck when it comes to voting. Voting opens soon, TM. Most likely this week for TLMC.